Yeah, we're online. Hey.
Yay!
Hey, everybody, welcome to the NDA podcast. The podcast
That's how you
where I work on things I can't share. But that doesn't mean I can't share art with you. So behind me, we'll be playing art that I've done in the past. That's right up here. And then hanging out with us tonight will be Steven Sanchez. Hey, how you doing, Steven? How you doing? Steven Sanchez, what you want?
I'm awake.
Trying to figure out which do you prefer? Do you prefer Steven?
Oh, see? Old guy.
Old guy.
Huh?
All right. Good job, Steven, answering that question. So I'll just pick one for you. So I'm gonna go ahead and hit play. And tonight, I know, man. Just take 10 minutes to not say anything.
Hey man, we're probably gonna do a 6-hour stream.
You're off to a sketchy start.
Don't worry about it.
Do you know this? Like,
It's my first time on the internet, guys.
So this is a Lobo piece I did for I don't know. I think this was a commission. I can't remember. And I went overboard on this. But the reason being, normally I just do normal commissions. This one's kind of wild. But at the time, I was working on Overwatch 2 and hating life. Like, hating it. They didn't like me. I didn't like them. No one was happy. And I had this art director at Toys for Bob that Toys for Bob had to speak to Blizzard. We weren't allowed to speak to them directly. Right? We had to go through. So the guy I was going through was my acting art director, but he wasn't really art. He was more of just a lead. He was a cool dude. His name was Ron. And Ron was like, I'm like, man, do I just suck or some shit? And he's like, no, man, they just hate everybody. And so I did this on a weekend because I was uncertain if I could even draw anymore, Steven. You know? Yeah. They had me questioning my reality, you know? So...
questioning your reality.
Yeah, as an artist, like, do I even deserve... Should I just quit and, I don't know, go work at Costco? Just forget it. You know, it's over. It's done.
Trading up, yeah.
Yeah. And so I completed this, and then I showed it to Ron, and he was like, no, man, dude, you should be like... He goes, and I shit you down, he goes, you should be drawing Spawn, dude. And we never talked. That just came out of nowhere. I'm like, where's that one coming from? He's a little older than me, dude. He's maybe 5-6 years older than me. And he was just like, he's like, you got that whole like 90s thing going on. You know, you should be. I'm like, yeah, well, that's why we were making bandicoots and shit. I thought I'd be able to put that in the game. Bandicoots. Yeah, but we didn't get to do more bandicoots. So I was stuck. I mean, to be fair, Overwatch to me was Street Fighter FPS, you know, like when it first launched, and then it became, I don't know, generic FPS. So anyway, that's what you guys are going to see here. You're going to see me doing this inks. And hey, Steve, what you working on tonight? What you doing?
Still trying to remember my name.
Sanchez. What you doing?
Go. Sanchez, that's it. Yeah, no, we're good. It was like last minute. I was like, hey, he did a 6-hour stream the other day. I was watching it all day yesterday, so why not maybe roll the dice and find out if you were doing another stream today. So
yeah.
And then so I said, I'm working on some stuff. I gotta catch up and make some lootage. So why not?
Just gotta figure out where I put my Cintiq pen. Where'd it go? Is it in my pocket or did it fall on the ground? I just had my pen. Where'd it go? I bet you it fell. You're gonna have to handle the show while I look for this stupid thing.
Sure, I'll take over.
You take over. What's up? No one's here, so you're just gonna have to talk.
Oh snap! Yeah, people are gonna be watching this on the replay.
I found it. It's in my pocket.
And there it is. I'm fired.
Yeah, you have your look. Things move fast here, bud. All right. When I say you gotta take over, you gotta go. You know. Yeah. Snappy snap. Come on.
I've seen your show. Things move very fast.
They move fast, and then they drag real slow, and then they speed back up again.
For 6.5 hours. Is that your longest stream?
No, man. I've done 12-hour streams before.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God.
I had people go to sleep, get a full night's rest, have breakfast, come back, and I'm still working. Like, what? Yeah. And those were live drawings too, not like videos playing behind me, you know?
Yeah. Good old days, huh?
Yeah.
That was last Tuesday.
Yeah, it might have been last Tuesday.
It might have been. Yeah, I'm trying to get organized over here. I do not know what I have to do, which is insane because I have a lot to do. You ever just have a stack of artwork on the corner and just be like, I haven't looked at this in ages?
Oh.
That's what I have right now.
Yeah. Yeah, where you left off. I have sketchbooks with page layouts for things I want to do. And so they just pile up. You've seen some of it. You know what
I've seen some of your sketches. Yeah. That's that right there is all kinds of cattywampus. I was watching a video yesterday, the 6-hour one. I keep referring to it because you had I guess you had a guest on.
Roman, Uncle Jerk, Roman. Yeah, from Jerk Comics. If you go on YouTube, type in Jerk
had a
Comics.
Nice conversation. I was like, all right, I was kind of getting into that.
Yeah, dude.
Roman's talking movies and TV. I was like, all right.
He actually wrote scripts for Weinstein, dude, for a little while, years ago. Yeah. I should have him come on and explain that whole background. Yeah,
that'd be great.
Yeah, he had some. Oh shucks! Speak of the devil. Hey, there he is, Jerk Comics, getting ready to live himself. Hey man, go live, Rome. I got. He doesn't have a set schedule. Yeah, dude. Like you're always welcome on. You know what I mean, Roman? You know. But yeah, dude, I'll definitely check out his stream. I leave his streams on. I always jump in whenever he's drawing. He does really awesome reproductions too, man. Like, yeah, he did a really dope ass Moon Knight not too long ago.
Oh, I did Moon Knight.
And then he reproduced one of mine, and I'm like, oh no, I'm bringing you down. You know what I mean? I'm bringing you down. Don't do that.
Yeah, man. Y'all were talking like, yeah. Towards the end, you were talking Married with Children, and I was listening to the conversation, and you're like literally like whittling off like, no, that was season 1 and 2, season 2.
Oh, I know my Married with Children.
Like, bro, seriously? I'm like, I haven't seen Married with Children since it was live, you know, back in the 80s, early 90s. It was one of the longest running, right? It was like 14 years.
Yeah, but I gotta be honest with you, I was less interested by the 4th season, and by the time their little cousin 7 came on or some shit, because
I remember that.
In real life, Katie Seagal had a miscarriage, and you know it was disastrous for. Yeah, it was a whole disastrous situation for her. But the show just it had really great one-liners and good jokes, right?
Right.
But the stories were pretty. Once Marcy and Steve broke up, for me that was like sort of the end of that. Like. Here you have the basis of the shows. You have a couple that's been around forever or disillusioned, and they meet a newlywed couple, and they slowly wreck their marriage, you know? And once they wreck their marriage, to me, like, then you have to like fix their marriage, and it's done. And they sort of do. There's an episode in season 4 where Al plays softball, and he finally wins. At the end, he wins.
Right.
And he goes, and I'm a winner. You know, I'm a winner. Right. And, he wins, and then it cuts to something where they're shooting in real life. It wasn't on the soundstage, or they're out on a softball game, and he's playing for like a crematorium. He's got like a different job. It's implied. Yeah. And Peg is talking to Alan Zurich, the hour was it Zurich, the blonde guy from 90210. What his name is? Ian.
Oh
Zurich.
yeah.
Ian Zurich. Yeah. He's talking to Ian Zurich, and they're like happy, you know, like, and I just make that the episode, the last episode. Then it's done. You know, I don't need to see any more than that. Like,
yeah,
you know,
makes sense.
Yeah.
You started talking about something interesting that made me think. You would bring this up every so often. And because I was sketching during the morning, I do my warm-up sketches and stuff like that. And then so you started getting into grid talk and everything. So I'm over here like I've seen his grid stuff, but then I was trying to understand because you said you did like 10 years worth of like shapes.
Yeah, I spent from 98 to, okay, not 10 years. I spent from 98 to 2004 mostly just doing shapes. I did draw some comic book stuff for like my girlfriend. She had a comic going on at the time. I tried to help with,
Right.
but that didn't go. I mean, it didn't go very well. So
Is that when you broke up?
no. I don't. You know what? She's a lovely person. I'd rather just not
You can let
go
it
into
go.
that one. You know what I mean? Like,
Keep
all
on.
right. I always blame myself. Put it that way.
No,
It's just
Rob.
it's better that way. I would just personally, I have tremendous respect for creative couples who can make that work. Okay.
Don't you dare pull a mega potato.
So that did not work for me. But I didn't do like a lot of I didn't do fan arts, and stuff. Once a year I might do something just to see where I was,
Right.
But I was just learning fundamentals. And so that wasn't just shapes, it was gesturals, right, for figure design. And then I would take the best gesturals and I'd reconstruct them like 3D models.
Okay.
And then try to rotate them in my head. Not, you know what I mean? Like actually learn to rotate figures. And that's where I really started leaning on the silhouette technique.
Gotcha.
Because it was easier to I found that you could take the same pose. And you know how people do model sheets and they line everything up so it lines up and stuff?
Yep.
I found that you don't need to do that at all. You can just draw one pose, the 3/4 pose, and then you can take that same pose, turn the opacity down, and have that as a perfect guide. You just invert the back. So instead of popping forward, you just invert it, the elbows and stuff. And I've done a demonstration of this before, but you can just invert it and line everything up. So I just started doing things like learning how to move figures, construct things, and put them together. And it wasn't until 2004 I had a really good grasp on that. Wasn't until 2008, 2009 I was making art that looked like what was in my head. But it was very difficult for me to get to that end point in a clean and polished way. I could do it with pencils, but they weren't clean and polished, I mean, they would be tight. You've seen some of it. I mean, if I meant you, but the audience, you can go and type in like Mosaic and stuff. You can see those pencils. They were tight pencils, but it's not finished work in a comic. You have to do a lot of painting to make that work, And so when I learned digital inking, it was not like me drawing. Even though I had a Cintiq and I was working digitally, a lot of it was like pen tool stuff,
Right.
I didn't have control over it. To be fair, there weren't stabilization tools in Photoshop, so like getting a good clean line in Photoshop was difficult until Lazy Nizumi came out, and then I could control. I don't like a lot of stabilization, but I will like put just a little bit, like between a 12 and a 20, just a little bit when I want to do a finished line,
Right.
Sometimes I find I need nothing. But anyway, it just took, I tell people this because people want to know how to get better. And when I explain the 3D shapes, when I explain the volume drawing, when I explain the gesturals and the reconstruction, I know 9 times out of 10, that advice is going to go in one ear, out the fucking other.
Right.
They will not do it. They'll go, oh, yeah. And then they'll come back like a day later or an hour later or a week later. Like, I did it. I'm like, no.
I know what you're talking about.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the reason why the other day I had because I have one of the guys over on Discord, and I asked him just draw some shapes, but when you draw the shapes, draw them with meaning, with feeling. Don't just draw the shapes just to draw the shapes. So, do your or what I would say, your due diligence, and try to draw the shape, consecutively, so you can understand why that shape is that shape, and then try to give it a little bit of life.
Then you have to put the emotion back. There's a part where you learn everything technical, and then you have to delete that, right? That technical thing, and then put. So that's why, for me, I found the way to if you want to simultaneously develop, is to be learning gesturals, and not just with figure design, but with exteriors and interiors. You might call it urban sketching, but so you combine the two simultaneously. I think it'll come out easier. But I did it the hard way, where I did everything one way, and then I learned everything technical, and then I learned everything, you know, like it was like these and now anytime I'm feeling like I'm a little lost or I'm a little like burnt out, I go back to the fundamentals, you know.
Yeah.
You'll see me post like just weird perspective, you know, drawings where like I'm taking even like a slider and just zooming it down into perspective, popping it way back forward, drawing cubes, you know.
Yeah.
But those things help. Like they just help with the mind, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
they don't
I
get you.
go through its rocks. I just draw rocks.
You draw rocks.
I draw rocks for some odd reason. It just that way I get the gestured lines, the details, and the shadows. So I kind of like just kind of mix all of them in.
I see.
That's my happy place.
Yeah. I mean, I do enjoy taking a scene from nature and then doing like a cartoon stylized version of nature, you know, where you're building out the shapes and designing foliage and rocks and different things. But yeah, but like I was getting into discussions about different ways to bend perspective, you know, and things that I've just discovered. I wish I could show more, but a lot of it's kind of bound to future issues of Spawn. So right now it's esoteric conversations, you know.
Yeah.
Until everything's out, and then I can start to show. But all that being said, most of these artists won't. They just won't do it, Steven. You know, I give the speech and then. You know.
But I found it interesting that you were talking about the actual shapes, like for I guess anatomy, the head, stuff like that.
Right.
And it's just because I always have trouble drawing the right side of the face. So when I draw the left side, it's like it comes out the way I want it to. But as soon as I draw the right side and then I flip it, it looks like I'm drawing like a 4-year-old sometimes. I just look at it like, why can't my brain register this?
Well, that's just because people lean on one end when they draw naturally. There's nothing wrong with that. People lean how they see. Like they have a bias. So what I'll do is I'll generally get like when I'm doing like a page or something, I'll get like basic construction I'll put in, you know, things blocked in.
Right.
And then I'll flip the thing and fix all that stuff there using warp tools or perspective shift, you know?
Yeah.
And see if it looks right, then I'll flip it back and then I'll do a little adjustment there and then I'll just draw through, you know? I don't worry if the final drawing is perfect because don't flip my art. Like, you know, if and beyond just making your art look weird, you run into problems where then all characters have to be designed symmetrically.
Yeah.
You know, because if they flip it, then everything's on the wrong side. I mean, so Superman's logo has to be symmetrical. This makes no sense, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, I know what you mean. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, though. I mean, that's just normal.
It's one of those things where I don't want. It feels like I've been comfortable for too long, and I don't like that. You know, so it's like sometimes I'll try to draw off my left hand, just in case. I'm old, so hey guys, I'm priming the pump, making sure, and it feels extremely weird. So that's the same feeling I get when I'm drawing the head in the other direction. I'm like, does this feel so weird? It's so odd.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a friend who had a stroke and had to learn to draw with his other hand, you know?
Yeah.
And I think at that point, I'll just stick to writing and I'll stream video games. I got a pretty interesting personality, you know?
Damn.
So, you know, like I'll just be old man versus world. Yeah. That'll be my, you know.
He's got it down to a science now. He's like,
I'm not trying to relearn everything with another hand. Like, guys, it's over. You know, it's gonna be over one day. That'll be when it's over for me. I'm not interested in it. You know, I love drawing, but I don't love it that much to relearn it all over again with another fucking hand. You know. So
that's great.
Yeah, you do you, boo. But I know what I'm doing. Hope you guys want to see Rob play some Chrono Trigger, because that'll be the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oldie but a goodie. That's how you guys getting into movies. Man, you guys were going down the rabbit hole of like 1970s type movies.
Oh, Roman knows his shit, dude.
Oh my gosh, I was like, dude, now I'd fail in an instant.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. I could keep up, but he definitely knows more than me when it comes to 70s cinema. So
Yeah.
I get much better when it comes to 80s. I mean, I watch movies from the 30s and 40s. I don't like a lot of stuff from the 60s, other than whatever Kurosawa was putting out randomly. Like 60s cinema is not my thing. So, but I do like 70s cinema. I'm not the biggest expert on it.
So all I did today was just spend all day just drawing the other side of the head. I have to practice it. I can't let it go.
Right.
Is it because it's the same thing that you were saying with shapes? You're telling somebody to, hey, here are the shapes. This is what you should focus on. And that was the mentality. I was like, look, I have to focus on this because that's kind of the whole point. You know what I'm saying? It's to draw from any angle.
Oh yeah, I definitely think we tend to know what we're weakest at, and you can do, or what we feel, or how about that? Because I don't always think what we feel is accurate.
Yeah.
But we feel it, and if you're feeling you're not the best at something, then you got to make the time to get better at it. I mean, for myself, a few years ago, it was digital inks. You know,
Yeah.
I wasn't like I could do what you see here with the pen, but I couldn't do it digitally. Why is it important to do digitally? Because it makes it 10 times easier to color, man.
Yeah.
And this wears out my hand, but drawing digitally doesn't. So I just know if I'm going to go for bulk work, the bulk has to start off digital and then end up traditional slowly after the project's done. For me, that's how it went. But I didn't have a good process for doing that. And so it took me a good year.
Yeah.
Just to kind of find tools that I kind of liked. And then this project came along and I put them all to the test,
Oh yeah.
I mean, what I started my drawing in my tool presets, I have a folder for drawing and a folder for painting tools.
Yeah.
When I started this project, my drawing tools were at revision 15 or 17. And they're at 49 now. Every time I make a change, I make a new version.
Yeah.
And label and numerate it,
Got people in the chat. Holy crap. I thought it was just us too.
No, man, we got Roman's in there. Oh, Roman had to write sequels for Equilibrium. We gotta get Roman. Roman, you gotta come on and tell me all about this sometime, right? I want to know everything about the screenwriting. And then we got Flavio.
He wrote for
Equilibrium? I told you he was put to task to write these sequels for Equilibrium that never got produced.
Sequels, okay.
Yeah, sequels for Equilibrium. Yeah. He's got some stories. We got Flavio on Facebook saying, great, gold. All right, awesome. Appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out, Flavio. And then we got Jesse Thronkill. And Chauncey. Jesse's a big spawn, dude. He collects. He's a comic collector. He's a good dude.
Nice.
And then we got all the people looking in the future or watching restreams. Like the Steven Sanchez's.
You see, I just flipped it. Look at it. It's like what? Why? Why does my brain do that? It's like everything's just warped.
Well, if I had to say anything with the mouth, it's just center line issues. You want to keep the center at the center line, but at the same time, I don't even know. It depends on here's the thing though. You can't really flip Bill Watterson's art too much. His characters aren't symmetrical. Calvin isn't drawn symmetrically. Hobbes isn't drawn symmetrically. The humans aren't drawn symmetrically. So it just depends on what kind of cartooning you're going for. I think Jim Lee draws very symmetrical, but Jim's a little stiff for me.
Yeah, he is a little stiff.
A little stiff on this. So I don't know. It depends on Then you got Rob Liefeld is probably too far out there sometimes.
Okay, funny story. That's how I got into comics, guys. Rob Liefeld. The reason why is because his final works back in the 80s used to look like sketches. So that's what I started doing. I started kind of copying that type of look, which a lot of us did. And and you build from that, and then you just kind of switch. And when you say, okay, I feel like I've graduated, I'm going to the next artist, to study, and then I would keep doing that. So yeah, I completely understand what you're talking about there.
Right. Hey, and Kuya's in the house. Kuya's a great artist. They work on Lorcana right now, right? Lorcana, the Disney TCG.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Kuya's great.
A lot of nice art in there.
Yeah. Bloopy in the house. I'm a great artist. Yeah. Well, yeah. Imposter syndrome's a real thing, Kuya. Yeah. So, but yeah, Kuya's awesome. Follow Kuya stuff for real. I mean, I had a little bit of like a snag this week drawing. I don't want to spoil it, but drawing something, attacking something. Put it that way.
Well, no, the Magnificent Rob has an issue. I don't think so.
No, I do, man. And sometimes I'm like, I don't know how to move this. Let me give you an example. Like if you were tasked with, say, drawing, I don't know, like a shark attacking a harbor, right?
Right.
Like. Maybe you get it the first time. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like you're like, I don't know. I wasn't intending on doing that. Never really envisioned a shark attacking a harbor before. What does it even look like? And then what if that shark had like biomechanical legs? And you know what I mean? Like all those things are fun, but then you don't get a giant canvas to do that on in a comic. You have panels,
Yeah.
So it's like sometimes I'm like, that looks like crap. And so when I think something looks like crap, I don't just go, well, black it out, move on. I know I gotta solve this problem.
Yeah, exactly. That's where I'm at right now. I gotta solve it.
Yeah.
17 hours later.
Yeah.
I'm not solving it yet, so I'm working on it.
Well, we all get there.
That's why I'm like, come on. Who's the pen artist that we followed? That Rod Gone.
Yeah, Rod.
I'll even look at his stuff and I'm like, I don't get it.
I had a friend that's very similar to Rod in terms of his art style, and how he draws. Like he would always sketch perfectly with pens and shit.
Yeah,
he just like, oh yeah, just over and over and over. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna do it my own way. I'm not doing it that way. Like I'm in awe of it, but it's not how old Rob thinks. Yeah. So
I just like to see everybody's method. You know what I'm saying? And then of course, like that's how you learn as an artist. You just see everybody's stuff and then you take what you like and then make it yours. But at the same time, it's like some of the stuff I can't pick up.
See, Rod knows what he's doing, but I do fear that people who follow
Oh, it seems like Rob fell off. You guys can you guys hear me? Just type in something in the chat real quick. Just to make sure.
And when everything's loose, if you can't, there we go.
Yeah,
it's not me, it's StreamYard, guys.
Yeah,
StreamYard's freezing. Yeah. So just bear with me, folks. If it pauses, we'll come back. Don't worry about that.
Don't leave.
Yeah.
You know what?
StreamYard might be a little busy tonight, but yeah, I'm on a wired internet. Everything works fine, dude. It's just
we're both wired.
But yeah, like I said, when I see, amazing sketchbooks filled with tons of loose drawings, I'm like, that's amazing. But, pick one and finish it. Like, just because if you can also develop a really bad habit. I'm not saying Rod does this, but I'm saying I've seen this before. You develop a bad habit where, you how do I say this? There's a lot of implying in those drawings, and not a lot of decision making. And I do believe art is in the decision making. Like you really have to, like even with loose impressionistic pastel painting. you really learn to make your mark. When nothing's ever decided upon, you can sort of, I don't know, man. You know, like hide mistakes is not worth it, but you can limit growth potential. And so it's fine if you know what you're doing later in stages, great. But if you're just starting out, I don't know. It's tempting, I think, for younger artists to only do that because you're producing a lot and it looks cool. But as you know, Steven, you know, once you got to color that, it falls all apart.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
right?
100%.
Like, yeah, that's why I was telling, like, I used to do these like loose pencil sketches commissions for dirt cheap, you know, because it didn't take me long. But then people would try to color those, and I'm like, oh no, I had a whole blog once devoted to colored Rob Duenas and stuff. I'm like, it's not my art, man. You know, like,
it's his art, man.
It's not.
No,
it's not. It's not a finished thing, dude. It's not. No.
It's like, why does Rob draw that way? He's like, no, man.
Yeah, it's your style, man. I'm like, you doing that? You trying to fuck with me? It's my style.
Bro, I've seen that way too many times over myself. I'm like, do I condone this? What do I do with this? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
I mean, it's the attempt. I get it, but at the same time, you're giving me way too much credit. You had a lot to do with that piece.
That's why digital painting is so prolific, because you can do a lot with scribbles. You know.
Yeah.
But guess what can easily steal digital painting? AI.
That
you know what AI has a much harder time stealing? Finished lined art.
Yeah.
Really does, you know?
Yeah.
I'm like, why? Because it's hard, you know? And you have to make calculated, educated decisions about what you're doing. You have to know, and you can't just imply things, you know? So, yeah. I think I found a nice little trick, though.
Share it.
My loose way of sketching with pencil is just what I'm doing with, like, the Posca and Thule pens.
Yeah.
So I just call it scribbly now, but since it's in full color, people think it's like a cool sketch. I'm like, no, man, it's my stupid sketch way of like just now it's full color, and since it's opaque, if it's a little off, I can throw some other color on it to fix it.
What are you drinking tonight? Coffee or tea?
Black coffee.
Ooh, nice.
With a chai, spicy chai, bag of spicy chai in there for flavor. I'll flavor my coffee with some tea.
Ooh.
You know.
Okay, that's new to me. All right.
Yeah, so if you want, like, put a bag of mint in your coffee. Try that sometime. That'll wake you up.
Mint, huh?
Yeah. People are like, you're crazy. I'm like, yeah, well, you get crazy over here.
About toothpaste.
No, you can't drink toothpaste. That's fluoride in it. You'll die. It's poisonous.
Come on.
It's poisonous. You can't eat toothpaste.
It's not that bad.
It's literally it will kill you. Like, some dumbass gave himself food poisoning because he was like, there's no difference between toothpaste and mint and chip ice cream. I'm like, yes, there is. It's called fluoride, dumbass. And he fucking had to have his stomach pumped, you know?
Yum.
Like, you know, maybe read the ingredients next time. One has mint and the other has a bunch of chemicals and fluoride.
Yeah, especially when it has that dark black label in the back. You know, it's like, it shows you that it's a chemical based.
Yeah, they're for cleaning teeth, not for eating.
Yum.
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing. Why do we need the FDA for that?
Kuya says, what's new in my life? Just working on Spawn. Just trying to wrap it up.
How many pages you got left?
That's not. I can't. That's not.
Oh, you can't divulge anything?
No.
NDAs. I gotta love the NDAs. Uh-oh. We lost Rob. CPR. He'll be back. He always comes back. That's my place here. There it is.
Yeah, it's NDA podcast.
We lost you. We lost you again. Can you hear me, Rob? Feels like I'm holding a seance. Rob, are you there? Can you hear me? Stream this to your audience. Oh, I didn't know we could do that. Rob is just holding very still.
No, if it happens, if this continues, then I'll reboot. But it's not me. I don't know. Everything works fine in this house. I don't understand.
It's never Rob.
I don't understand.
Women, I know.
Do not do that. We have female. Don't do that. You don't. We understand women just fine. It's men I don't fucking understand. Why don't they bathe?
Okay.
Why does their bathrooms always smell? Use some Febreze, dirty bastards.
Very good.
You know what? We're gonna do an experiment right now, folks. It's gonna kill the connection, but just hang on, all right? I'm gonna reboot the router without rebooting my computer. Just let me give it a shot, all right? All right. We back?
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Yeah, it's not showing any connection, so must have been some weird IP conflict. All right, next time I see that happen before the stream, I'll do it before we launch next time. So, yeah.
And that is what?
It's just resetting the router. So sometimes you get your router can get IP conflicts. Like especially if you use like VPNs and stuff, you know. And around the house, I use a VPN, you know, all the time. I'm not running it now, but so it can just when your router's speaking to your modem, it can create some internal goof.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's totally random, dude. You know, you can tell in the StreamYard because I think it was giving me a little Wi-Fi signal before, and I'm like, I'm not on a Wi-Fi unless. Yeah, it must detect IP conflicts as Wi-Fi. I don't. You know what? Fuck. I don't know. I don't even want to begin to guess what the fuck StreamYard interprets it as. But it's fixed. So, anyway, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. I don't want to talk about Spawn. Hey, so for the people that have hung out, I cannot say how. And I'm more than welcome for all of you to just not believe me. All right? I'm going to preface with that. All right, we're good on that. Don't believe me. I could care less. But I saw the Fantastic Four costumes today. Not the ones you guys saw on the internet. The actual stuff.
How?
I told you I can't. Don't believe me. But I have. I really have.
Hang on a second. You say don't believe me, but then you drop that bomb.
Yeah, I have, but you don't have to believe me. I can't tell you how. I can't even imply how. I'm not going to say anything.
Okay.
I'll just tell you.
I got my imagination. Got it.
I'll just tell you. Thoroughly impressed.
Okay.
Thoroughly impressed. And I am not a Marvel apologist. Or if I don't like it, I'll tell you I don't like it.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, the thing was online and it looked decent from what I saw. So.
Oh, it looks so. Yeah, that's a thing for a background shot or something to save them compositing. That's not. Trust me on it. Yeah.
It's not it. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it's
say no more. Don't worry.
Amazing, fantastic would be the word, but yeah, it's dope.
Yeah.
And I also saw some Superman suit stuff people haven't seen.
Okay.
And I'm not going to say it's from the film because no one has frames from that.
Yeah.
But I don't think they're going to be getting rid of the bulkiness of the suit. I think the clothingness is part of the deal, folks.
Yeah.
So if you're not into that, just get used to it now. To be fair, I wasn't a big fan of the design of Peacemaker, but that show's great.
The show is fun. I enjoyed Peacemaker.
Right. Yeah, and it looks fine in the context of the show. But if you saw it out of context, you might go, "It's kind of bright. It's kind of," you know what I mean? I could see people. So, and I just think it probably falls more into the era, the design era of like Batman Begins and Superman Returns. Like.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I wonder, and no one's talked about this, but Marvel Studios art department is independent of production, like movies. It's like ILM, the ILM art department, the classical ILM art department existed regardless, of what was in production. So they can always, so they didn't lose their artists,
Right.
And if they were there working on projects or working on developing, they were always there. In Marvel, they're always developing. So they retain the same people. And I don't know if DC Studios has set that up or if they're doing each, because I know each production independently with new people all the time. If that's the case, that's not a good, for me, that's not the best sign in terms of like each film having a real consistency,
Mm-hmm.
Like in the same way that Aquaman would look one way, right? And BVS would look another way. And then Shazam would look another way. And then Flash looked totally, you know what I mean? Even though they're the same suits, they'll look differently.
Right.
So, yeah, I got to wonder about that. Yeah. But certainly room to be excited about some movies next year.
That's dope.
Yeah. Gorman style. I don't know what Gorman is, Jesse. Yeah, man, the haters are gonna have to eat crow when they see this stuff.
What stuff?
The Fantastic Four.
Oh, Fantastic.
I saw a Vision way back in the day before Age of Ultron came out, about a year early.
Yeah.
And I was like, they made the green and red work. I don't know how they did that with the gold and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
And maybe people may not like that film, but the Vision design looked awesome, right?
Yeah.
The way they made that like organic tech look like part of his head and stuff,
Yeah.
Yeah. But I won't even say what they look like, just to get the official Rob's thumbs up. So a year from now, you'll come back and go, Rob, I saw have you seen the movie? Okay, yes, it looked great.
Old news.
Yeah. Where were you? Where were you the night the internet went out for Rob and Steven was drawing heads all night over and over again for no reason?
Because I gotta figure this out, man.
You gotta figure it out.
I gotta figure it out before daybreak. Like even my gesture is off from this side. It's so weird.
It's why I do caricatures, man.
I know, but from this angle, that's the problem. It's like my brain shuts down. It's like, nope, nope. Draw it the other way, then flip it. Like, all right.
Panels in Spawn that took me an entire day to figure out. You know, there's some panels like things go really fast. But I'm like, I don't know how to figure this out. Like I don't know any other way, you know. Then they would just say, I think most people would just say, well, you just got to get it done, man, and just move on, and you'll learn by doing it 10,000 more times. I'm like, no, I won't. I'll just make 10,000 shitty drawings. Like, I can't. I'm 45. I don't have 10,000 more shitty drawings. I got to figure it out now.
See, Rob gets it.
Yep. I'd rather lose 2 days than 10,000 drawings. All right? Do the math. What's exactly really more inefficient, Steven? Right? What's Sanchez? Right?
Yeah.
Vloopy, did the things designed in the first movie look better or the reboot? Did the things designed in the first movie? You're talking about the 2003 movie?
The very first one.
Or are you talking about the Roger Corman thing? Talk about the Michael B. Jordan thing, even though he had nothing to do with that. Like we just all give Michael B. Jordan the credit.
No. I remember watching the first Fantastic Four. I thought the story held up very well.
I saw that Thing costume in person at Comic-Con in '93.
93, look at that.
93 or 94. It was one of the two, but I remember because I went with my Uncle Dennis. I want to say 93. Yeah. Yeah. They had it there. It wasn't that big. You know, it was like 5 foot something. It wasn't as big as you think it would be. Roman taught me, said something. He said, what was it? If Roman, he might not be. He said the Thing, there's something else where they repurposed a thing, one of the Thing masks is something else in another movie, and I forget what it was. And I was like, get the fuck out of here. And then once he said it, I saw what he meant, you know?
Right.
I'll have to ask him. I forget. But no, none of the things hold a candle to this thing. Trust me on this one. One day we're going to see that Thing Hulk fight the way we've always dreamt of seeing it.
Yeah.
And it's going to kick the shit out of that Hulk. I still think the Hulkbuster fight is amazing. The one from
that was a great fight, yeah.
That whole sequence is one of their best action sequences ever. I always go back and look at that sequence, you know? Like that is an amazing from start to finish. Did you get your new copy of Spawn? Kills every Spawn issue 2?
I was gonna bring up, man.
You didn't do it, did you?
And I got Scotty Young's 85th Marvel cover instead.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I get it.
I'm kidding. I did get it. And the problem was your book didn't arrive.
They're randomly late around the country due to a printer issue, I was told.
And that's the reason why.
And it's not even, it's so random because like one of my fans is in Utah and he said, yeah, it's delayed, but then he went to another store and they had it. Like I can't get it at my store. It's delayed, you know?
Yeah.
But other people have gotten it. So it's going to slowly roll out over the next 2 weeks for whatever dumb reason, you know?
Okay. Then that was the issue. All right. Yeah, because I kept asking my comic book shop guy. He kept looking at me like, I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm like, look in the back.
Yeah.
I was like, I really got to get my Rob fixed. I don't know what to tell you. But
it's got nothing to do with me.
Yeah, I know.
I do want to get that Scotty Turtles cover. I thought that was super dope.
I don't remember seeing that one.
Yeah, he did it recently for the new Turtles relaunch, you know. They're all playing the NES game. It's pretty good.
Might be on his Instagram, right?
Yeah, remember when I told you you got to do those things from the side view because he that's why you can see the characters playing the games from the side better.
I mean, unless they're iconic enough where you're like, okay, I know that's a turtle shell.
Yeah, but people want to see faces, man. You know.
I don't know if you heard, but the comic book industry is dying.
Well, that's the perfect time to get in.
Yeah.
Everyone's jumping ship. There's jobs. Yeah, there's going to be more jobs for me.
They're useless stocks. Let me buy those stocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I started my comic crew and everyone's like, everyone's done. I'm like, I've been hearing this shit my whole life.
Yeah, but they mean it this time.
Yeah, well, get my book before they no longer make them. You know what I mean? It'd be the last. Wouldn't it be great if I had the last Spawn comic ever, just the way it worked out? It wouldn't be the first time. I had the last Play magazine cover. You know?
No.
Like I was there for the very end. I have one of the last Game Informers. I mean, they still did it for a few years after, but you know,
damn, Game Informer.
You're never gonna get to do a Game Informer cover ever again.
Yeah. Oh, but you worked for them, right?
No, it's freelance, dude. They paid me, yeah.
Hang on a second. So all those things you were posting up, that was all freelance work?
What? Game Fan, yes. Game Informer. No, Game Fan was employee. Game Informer was freelance.
Yeah, because I remember you were posting up like tons of like gaming stuff.
Yeah, that Megavisions was freelance too.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. But no, Game Fan and Play Magazine was full-time employee. Yeah. I got the dream of having a full-time job drawing at a video game magazine. They told me it could never happen. I got it, and then the recession killed all my dreams. You know, I was like, damn it. I did it. Got my dream job of designing 90s Crash Bandicoot style platformers, you know?
Spyro, right?
Spyro and Crash. And I guess I could say Crash 5 now because that video came out.
What video?
There's a video on YouTube from Did You Know Gaming that basically, I don't know how they did it, but they broke the Crash 5 news, and they got stuff in there I hadn't even seen. I'm like, we did that? Like, you know, I was like, that was further along than I thought, you know?
No.
So, but yeah. We were working on Crash 5, and then we weren't. It was gonna be great. It was gonna be great. I rarely talk things up, but if you watch the video, you'll see why. You know?
Have you seen that? I don't even know if you're into it. I'm not a fan of Sonic, but the I guess the last trailer dropped.
Yeah, look, I mean, if you like the movies, then I think you're going to be in for a treat. I enjoyed the first one, even though I didn't think I would. And the second one, although Tails and the visuals at the end were nifty, I kept telling myself, the humor, I don't like the humor, the music's annoying.
Yeah.
Everyone is a goof in that movie. You need someone to be in a real world setting for that, and everyone was doing over the top shtick, you know?
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, if they do a ninja rap, I'm out. Right? Because I don't like Turtles 2. And they, sure enough, man, they started doing a dance off, and I'm like, I'm out of here. I'm out. You know? I'm out.
I did that for the first movie. I was like, I don't have tolerance for this. I just can't.
So, I kind of wish it was just all animated, you know?
I 100% agree on that.
Yeah.
But then it could have been even goofier.
I can accept goofier in animation because you get the expressions. I can't accept a lot of really crazy, goofy, real world stuff that isn't. I don't. For that kind of humor to work in the real world, like again, if you watch the old Mask movie, he's nuts and everyone's a little heightened, but they're not all trying to act like the Mask, you know? Like,
you're talking about. I thought you were talking about the one with Cher.
See, you're like me. I always bring that one up, right?
Like, what?
Yeah,
That's
the
horrible.
kid with
Why
the
would you laugh at
face.
that?
Yeah. We all can't look like you fucking asshole.
Jesus. Like
Yeah.
Rob.
Why can't everyone look like Sam Elliott? Why they gotta look like that kid? You know, like trying to get Rob canceled. That's that line from Deadpool when Blade goes when he goes, "You're retarded. You're retired." He goes, "Retarded? No. It's the last time people are gonna be able to make an R word joke, you know? Like,
Yeah.
But yeah. No, the Jim Carrey Mask movie. You know,
Yeah.
You get into like, you know, for me, Sonic 2 was not as bad, but was veering into Son of Mask territory.
Did you? Dare I ask? Did you watch Son of Mask?
I have, yes.
Oh man, you're brave.
And whenever I'm feeling really angry at a studio, I turn on just the dance number from Son of Mask to remind myself it can be worse. You know, someone spent a lot of time and money on those sets. It's kind of like how I feel about most Star Wars stuff on Disney Plus. Spent a lot of time on these sets, but look at the movie we're making.
You're such a glass half full guy.
Well,
no, I'm gonna find the good in this. I swear to you.
No. I mean, you sometimes you're just forced to work on something that ain't gonna work out, you know.
That's insane.
And you gotta know that. I mean, for all I know, I could be making something that won't work out, you know. Like, yeah, I've been working on this thing for about a year, and it's like maybe people hate everything, and this is a colossal waste of everyone's time and efforts, you know.
Yeah.
It's totally possible. I try to avoid it, but you know, it's possible. This is the part where we boogie. This is the part where we dance. Yeah, that shit. It's not good. It's not good. I'm not saying Sonic 2 is at that level, but it's headed there. Now they might pull it back, you know, because we went too goofy. Now we'll tighten it up a bit. All right. But I just wish the whole thing was animated, you know, from beginning to end. You can get way better sequences, and animations, and everything.
Yeah.
I was worried on issue 2 people were going to be like, the cover's too much, Rob. I'm like, I know, I did that. I went too much, you know, intentionally so, you know. It's like, I'm going to go too much now.
It's the whole Transformers cover all over again.
Not as bad because it's a single, you know, you have a frame of reference on this one, which is the homage.
I can just hear you. You said what? You said what?
Yeah, well,
You want me to go
sometimes
big?
people make suggestions and I don't want to do them, so then I go, all right, well, since you suggested it, you know. Careful what you suggest.
And that DJ that they keep asking for music for, and you're like, no, I'm not gonna play that.
Oh, you want that, huh? Okay.
You're backwards.
We can do that.
yeah, we could do that. Jesus.
Yeah.
57 by 98 in size.
It won't. No one could say he didn't put in the work.
Yeah, that's true.
They could say put in. One guy I think was like, "You can't read these signs. The text is too small." I'm like, "Yeah, that's why you do an oversized."
Yeah.
You know, they really, some of that stuff was just not It's not in the script. I'm just adding something because it there's nothing there. Like it's an exterior shot, you know. And they gave me like a half page to do it. So I'm like, well, I gotta add something to this, you know. You're gonna be able to read some of it. You're not gonna be able to read all of it, but just tell them to print it bigger, and we'll all win. Somebody says they got Keanu Reeves to voice Shadow. Yeah, I know everyone wanted that Hayden Christensen, the Anakin dude. And I'm like, that must be childhood nostalgia speaking, because I haven't seen him do anything I like since Life is a House, you know? So.
What? You didn't see that Italian movie he did?
I saw Life is a House, and I saw Jumper. So.
I like Jumper.
I didn't like Jumper.
Jumper, I like stories that are just a fun factor, you know.
Oh, I know. I make that.
Jumper
stuff.
had that, you know. Yeah. But you hated Jumper.
I didn't say hate it. I said I just didn't like it. Hate's a strong word. It's not the same.
Oh, okay, fine. You didn't like it.
Let me give you an example of something I hated. What did I hate?
Hellboy.
Hellboy. No. I thought the first movie had.
No. The last one. The last one.
The last, I didn't see it. I have no interest.
Really?
So I can't hate something.
I dug it for some odd reason. I dug it. It was darker. I was like, this is what I wanted from Hellboy.
Yeah. I think if that was like a direct to video at Blockbuster, I might have watched it, you know? But I'm not paying movie prices to go see this.
I bought it for $5 the other day. I was like, done. Yeah. It's like the skin ripping. I was like, all right. Weird fetish.
What is something I was like, these mother. Yeah, I tend to delete a lot of my feelings when I don't like things. So I just move on, you know?
Yeah,
I don't hold on to it anymore. You're just like
for Married with Children episodes.
Yeah, I have stronger opinions about the format of Married with Children over the seasons than I. Look, I had the same thing with Seinfeld. If you want to get into it, so
let's do it.
The last episode of Seinfeld is horrible.
Yeah, agreed, 100%.
And Larry David's come out and said, you know, multitude of reasons why he
fun of the curb.
Right, but I have a way to fix it. Okay,
of course you do.
And here's what you do: you take the last season, right?
Mm-hmm.
You delete the last episode. Last episode is like, it features reoccurring characters. It kind of does a recap, and it sort of ends, I don't know, in a way that doesn't really end, right? And it takes forever. It's like an hour long. So you delete that episode. And then in the last season, there's an episode halfway through the season where it starts out with them at a wedding in India. And it goes 5 minutes before, and it goes backwards. And then it eventually goes 6 months before, 1 year, 5 years before. And it actually goes through the entire season. So you see Susan again. You see all these people who died or moved on.
Yeah.
And it goes, and the very last thing in the episode is when Jerry first meets Kramer. Is when Jerry first moved into the apartment and he meets Kramer. That's the last scene. I make that the last episode. So if you watch them on a loop, it ends with Jerry meeting Kramer, and then you go back to episode 1, and the whole series loops together. So for a show about nothing, I think an ending about nothing ultimately wins out. So you get your recap, you get to see a lot of the same characters that reappeared for the last episode anyway, and it stays under 30 minutes, and you get to see the last scene was when Jerry first met Kramer, and I think that's the best ending you can get. Solved. Did we lose Steven?
No, I'm right here.
Oh, you're right there.
I'm in full concentration mode.
He's in full concentration. Well, I'm not repeating that. So
That never happens.
good luck.
No, I heard all of it. I'm trying to process it. Chauncey, you're a psychopath. I was reading the comments right now. I forgot. Reeves, voice shadow. You hated League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
I didn't care about the comic, so couldn't hate the movie. Didn't really read it either, so
Yeah, the movie was okay for me.
I hated Batman and Robin. It's that simple. I mean, I took a colossal shit on it at Comic-Con the year before.
Right.
I was at the panel when they showed off the fucking movie.
Yeah.
I remember everything about that. I was so excited because I was on the floor and someone had the pin of the logo, the red logo with the Nightwing in front of the bat. And I thought that pin was awesome.
Yeah.
Right. And I thought, wow, the last movie was green. This is going to go red. And that logo in front of the bat logo is genius, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, that says Batman and Robin without putting Batman and Robin on a fucking... That's so genius. I'm like, I sign me up. Nice. So I go, you know, and Batman and Forever was its own thing. The nipples wasn't my thing, but I could let it go. I just didn't like Two-Face's performance. You know, like I was like, he needed to just play it straight, and he went over the top for some unknown fucking reason. You know, and I didn't like his weird pink design either. They should have just gone with the design from the animated series, you know. And I didn't like the design of the Batmobile, which I found out wasn't actually the design they were gonna go with. They had another one that looked Art Deco that looked really cool. There's a weird Art Deco design to Batman Forever that's in the background that was all changed at the last minute by Schumacher. It's like this rusted Art Deco feel to everything, and then at the last second he just went full neon. And I don't who the fucking knows why that happened. But Batman and Robin, we're at this panel, and they're showing the fucking... First they showed footage. I don't know what this is from. I've never seen it before or since. But it was footage of the Forever Batmobile, but it was shot on one of those backlots at Pinewood that looked like the one from '89.
Yeah.
So it had a realistic shot look to it. It wasn't like color tinted. And I was like, man, are they going for like a realistic shot look? Like '89 had more of a realistic look to it, you know? Mm-hmm. But with the weird designs, okay. Turned out to just, I don't know, some weird promotional footage. I don't know. But they showed the concept art. And the minute Mr. Freeze had snow bunnies, I mean, the guy who's mourning the loss of his wife has half-naked women running around. I was like, fucking bloody fucking hell, dude. You know, we're just sitting there.
You're telling me you hated that movie. Come on.
I hated it at the concept art phase. I'm like, this is wrong. And I was like, I was a little shit, right? So I go, they took there was a Q&A phase of this, right? It was just producers and art directors and stuff. So I go, I raised my hand because I'm a kid. I'm like, well, I was 18 around there, right? But they were like, you answer one. And I go, is Danny Elfman going to come back to do the score? Because I didn't like the Elliot Goldenthal music at all. And they initially answered yes. And the fucking room was quiet the whole time, right?
Yeah.
People cheered. Like, well, at least we have that, right?
Right.
And then they're talking, and they kind of put their hand over the mic, and they come back, and they go, sorry, he's coming back. He'll be on Space Jam, because they had a Space Jam panel there. We meant Space Jam. No, it'll be Elliot Goldenthal. And then people just went, boo, boo. I got up and walked out. You know? I'm like, well, we're done here. You know?
Fanatics.
This isn't going to work out. And then I went to go see, so like a year goes by, and we're at I went to go see Return of the Jedi Special Edition.
Yeah.
Right? And this guy was outside the movie theater. I'm in San Diego. This guy's out in the movie theater, and he's taking names. And I'm like, this for a free movie or something? He goes, yeah, we're taking names. You want to see a free movie? And I just knew. I had the feeling, man. I'm like, this is for Batman and Robin. I know it. I could feel it. I'm like, sure, write it down. They don't tell you. So it was at Horton Plaza. that gave me a sign, you know. And I was like, which was near Comic-Con at the time, if you know where Horton Plaza was. And it's gone now. But we went to this thing and we saw a version of Batman and Robin that was 30 to 40 minutes longer. And people cheered when the credits rolled because it was the Batman Forever credits. It was filled with normal people, not comic book fans, right?
Yeah.
They were super happy. And within 10 minutes, people started walking out.
Really?
The movie theater was at least somewhere between a third to half full by the time the movie ended.
Wow.
And they had these sheets where you could rate it. And I kept taking everyone's sheets. Just hand me your sheet. I'll fill it out for you. Like, give me your sheets. It's fucking trash. So like, I just ripped it. I filled out, got to be at least 20, 30 of those sheets, you know?
Yeah.
Turn them all in. And these guys are out there. They look worried. I'm like, you should be worried. You're all going to be out of jobs, you know? And they had this big stand. It was just this cardboard stand of a steel container. It was just like fake bolts, right? And all it said on the side was Titanic. I didn't know anything about Titanic at the time. And I just go, that fucking boat movie's going to make more than this. Karen fucking teeth. You know? Like you're... You can't put cartoon sound effects during the fights, you morons. You know, like what are you doing?
Ken said that boat movie's gonna make more.
Yeah, and we know how it is. It sinks. I was just talking all the shit one would do, you know, because that's
great.
Remember that movie was
that boat movie. That should be a bumper sticker.
supposed to come out this summer and it got delayed to Christmas. I was so happy. It was like, we're watching the Titanic sink. I used to laugh. We all saw this one coming. At least I did,
Yeah.
I rarely rooted for a film to fail, but that would be one. And I'm like, in a perfect world, Uma Thurman would have made a great, Burton style Poison Ivy. But that movie? No. Not that movie.
Yeah, because I remember reading Vanity Fair back in those days.
Sure.
And they had interviewed Schumacher, and he said, they asked him, "What's your biggest fear for the next film?" He goes, "Oh, for it to completely fail, and not be what it should be, and I wanted to keep an essence of like the old time movies, And I'm like, all right, I got it, because that's what it felt like, the Val Kilmer one. But he then pushed the limits for that last one, and that was like,
even if you're gonna go for the '60s show, which I say never do, if you're gonna go for that, one must remember that Adam West played it straight.
Yeah,
he wasn't goofy.
He was Batman.
He was playing it like he's doing deadpan humor, very similar to how Leslie Nielsen plays the straight man in the Naked Gun movies.
Yeah.
Like every now and then he'll wink to the camera, but for the most part, he's playing the straight man, the deadpan. Yeah. And the world was normal in Batman and Robin. I mean, in the Batman '60s show, but when you went to the villains, then you get the Dutch angles.
Yeah.
But in Joel Schumacher's world, every fucking thing's a Dutch angle. Everything, the camera's moving out. Everything's neon lit. The whole city's lit in a way that the villain's layers lit,
Yeah.
So no control, none whatsoever. And then they're like, we're just having fun. They kept saying, it's like a comic book. It's like a comic book. I'm like, show me the fucking comic. Show me the fucking comic, Joel. Show me what comic are you talking about?
Such a stupid comment too.
Yeah.
I hate
and then
it
he show you some
that to any movie that's we made it like to feel like a comic book. Like, what?
Right. I was like, is there a random ad for sea monkeys at the 22-minute mark too? Like, are we doing that shit? Like it's like a comic.
Yeah.
And I think he was like, the real shame of it is he would bust out Kelly Jones as Mr. Freeze and go, we're doing this Mr. Freeze. I'm like, first off, don't besmirch Kelly Jones. That's not what he fucking did. And second of all, like, he drew a normal man in the bulky suit. You put Arnold Schwarzenegger in that fucking thing,
Weird choice.
Yeah, and Kelly Jones uses shadows everywhere and doesn't put sound effects in the fights. So, I know.
You're dredging up like these old feelings that I had when I was young, and I was like, oh my gosh, I had no.
Oh, I still have. It's here, buddy. The anger, it's still there about Batman and Robin.
Wow.
So now I'm like, I just dare studios when I see them going down this path of pandering to the lowest common denominator in hopes of gaining a wide audience. I'm like, I dare you to do it. I want to be there opening night when I watch this shit crash and burn. You know?
Yeah.
So I hope everyone on that production got paid, checks cleared, so you don't have to go, Rob, you're costing jobs. No. They made the movie. I'm saying make more of them. People will get paid. You as a fan are gonna you don't get your time back. You will lose money.
So much pull that people are saying you're costing jobs.
Look, stupid internet fans try to like guilt shame you into like dislike. If you say so, someone was saying this recently too. Who was saying it? Like they were saying that John Krasinski was saying about a movie he didn't like, and Paul Thomas Anderson or Paul W. One of those, Paul Anderson's pulled him aside and said, when you do that, you're taking a crap on the industry. A lot of people put in hard work, and I'm like, yeah, as a professional, but if we can't say we didn't like anything, we have to tolerate every fucking thing.
Yeah.
Do you know how studios are going to abuse that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how this works?
That's why the guys don't like me when I talk movies, because I'm like, I'm going to destroy 90% of what's out today, guys. That's the reason why I stay away from that. I stay away from that.
The question is whether you're giving your honest opinion or you're pandering to hate to fill clicks. Exactly. You know what I mean? Context is everything. So we're talking about contextual.
Yeah.
So if people didn't complain about the ugly Sonic, you'd be watching Ugly Sonic by now, or there never would have been a Sonic 2. Right. My buddy just sent me a bunch of behind-the-scenes photos of Ugly Sonic. I gotta send them to you, Steven. I gotta send them to you. You gotta show these shit on your. I gotta put them on this show at some point. We'll do a wake-up call for folks.
Oh, that'd be nice. Yeah.
Yeah, wake-up call. Like, folks, there's a difference. It doesn't mean that you go and say, I don't like that Superman has a baggy suit, so scrap the movie. It's not what we're talking about.
Yeah.
But if they make a Superman movie and he doesn't fly, and he's made of electricity and shit, you got right to complain.
Mm-hmm.
You got right to complain. Like, and I'd say, I'm like, go for it. Do 3 of them. I dare Disney to keep making more Acolytes. I say make 6 seasons of it. Make more Bad Batches too. Make more Rise of Skywalkers.
Oh, the Bad
People love Rise of Skywalker, right? I mean, that's when they run on horses on space. People, when they saw Star Wars, they wanted to see horses running on top of starships.
That was the most rushed 3rd movie I had ever seen. These people put out. I watched it, and I didn't go to the theater, but when it came out, I watched it. I was I was in awe.
Well, I've talked extensively to people who are in the know on this, and it's because, and when I say in the know, I mean like they're in the know with the higher ups of Lucasfilm.
Yeah.
All right. You don't believe me? I don't care. But here's how it went down. They were gonna fly back Rian Johnson to do the movie, but he needed to the next. Say what you want. The guy has made plenty of great films. I think with a 3rd film he would have iterated. Okay. Go look at Looper, Knives Out. All of his movies are great. That one's a mixed bag for certain, but I thought it ended strong.
Yeah.
So being that he put him in that position, better for him to work him the fuck out, I guess, But JJ was friends with this producer, Michelle Rejuan, who's no longer there. And Rejuan was like, I can get JJ on and he can guarantee the Christmas date. And so they went with JJ. And JJ made no decision, It's just a random clusterfuck of stuff. Threw away the script, started over, made it up as they went, figured he could create the whole movie in the editing room, and how'd that go? Now you got a movie that's barely a movie. I mean, it's barely a movie. Tell me what it's about, I'll wait.
It's about a rush story going nowhere fast. Oh, and she claims the Skywalker name. Spoiler.
Yeah, well, I thought it would be. There was a theory going around, I was all for, where you could have started a new kind of, because the problem with the Jedi is George made the prequels and he made them so you can't have wives and kids and marriages and relationships. You can't be human. Real dumb fucking idea. You know, samurais had wives, knights had wives and husbands and shit, you know? So, taking away relationships means you're left with nothing. It's a really dumb decision. So I thought maybe the way to do it would have been Finn tries to do a Jedi Order that's a new one, or she tries to do one that's like a Ronin, and they're just called Skywalkers, where they go wherever the Force wills them to go, from planet to planet. You know what I mean? Yeah. They have no central base. They go where the Force calls them. So you can be a Skywalker. A Skywalker's a type of Jedi, you know, that adheres to the will of the Force, versus prophecies and orders and stealing children and all this bullshit. But that's giving these people way too much fucking credit, you know?
Yeah.
So here we are. We're right back where we started, you know? So I'm like, keep making them. I want to see where it goes. I want to see a Star Wars movie make $100 million total. Oof. I want to see what that'll do.
Yeah.
Because that's how it goes, folks. You know? That's how it goes. One day, all those shitty Michael Bay Transformers movies were making money, and then they didn't anymore. You know? They make a Bumblebee, no money. You make a Beast Machine Wars movie, Rise of whatever, make no money.
I was gonna think good about Bumblebee was that intro.
Oh, people seem to love that movie. I'm like, she literally gives Bumblebee CPR. You figure that one out.
Yeah, no.
Why do I care about a robot falling in a pool? He's a robot. Why does she need to save? I don't understand. What am I watching? Like,
yeah.
And they just remade the first movie. I thought it would have been more interesting if the whole family was in on it, and it was more like Harry and the Hendersons.
Yeah.
You know, where they're hiding. Yeah. Right. You see what I mean?
Yep.
Like, but whatever.
No.
You want to see an Avengers movie fail? Not likely, but 50-50 on the next one, and all down to execution. If they continue, but the thing is I'm seeing Marvel change internally. If Marvel kept going down that, they got real lucky that all their efforts were put on Disney Plus, essentially. I mean, technically, Eternals is an Avengers level movie when you count the characters, and that failed. You know.
I kid you not. I tried 3 times to watch it. I think I got in as far as 11 minutes.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it. I just couldn't. It wasn't my thing.
Yeah.
Did you watch the whole thing?
No, I couldn't get through it, man.
How long?
30.
30 minutes?
30 minutes.
Kudos. Yeah, it's good for you.
About 30 minutes. I'm like, yeah, no, man, I know when something's not for me. You know, it wasn't for me too. Wonder Woman 84. Loved the first one.
See, we're on the same page on all this. That 84 one was a doozy.
I thought it would have been interesting. Okay, it's in 1984. I thought maybe they would have done the Olympics in LA and tied that opening in Themyscira to the Olympics somehow. You know what I mean? Like thematically.
Yeah.
And there was an old conspiracy theory psycho Alex Jones used to throw around about how the government wanted to use a fake alien invasion or a religious moment at the 84 Olympics using holograms. This was used to hear these things, man, on the internet. And I was like, wouldn't it be great if they took that and made that a part of the plot? You know, like, again, giving them way too much credit. Like, you know? No, it's a movie that makes no sense at all. I mean, my favorite, I didn't see it because I quit, but I did see the clip where she's tucking and rolling with that kid who turns into a dummy halfway through the tuck and roll. Like, yeah, and I was like, that's unacceptable. Like, you can't do that, guys. Like, it's kind of like, what was that movie with Clint Eastwood where there was a baby and then it became just like, clearly it was a toy. Halfway through the scene, you could tell the sniper, American Sniper. I think it was American Sniper. He's talking to a toy. And it's supposed to be a physical baby, and you're like, no, man, that's a fucking doll, dude. Like,
yeah, I never saw that one.
Yeah, lest people think I'm picking on Wonder Woman. You know, I just think there should be standards. You know. So.
Like for me, Rogue One was like the only thing worthwhile for that whole movie was just that the Darth Vader scene at the end.
Not for me. I love the whole movie.
Yeah, that's where we differ. It was. Don't get me wrong. I
Nope.
I
Love
didn't
the whole
hate
movie.
it, but I wasn't a fan of it. But that last like few minutes was the only thing that made it for me.
Nah, I love the whole
I
movie.
was not into the characters of the ones that they chose for the battle. It was just goofy for my
Nope,
taste.
love the whole movie. We disagree on that one.
See that, guys? And that is how it's done. See, you can
Yeah.
disagree.
Oh no disagree. You're banned.
I know.
Now
So weird.
then I block you on all social media.
No!
Yeah. I know.
I prefer it.
My buddy Kyle, really good dude. We get along really well. He's a cinematographer, but I love, I love the last Avatar film. He hates it, and I'm like
The Avatar 2?
yeah. I like all of them, dude. People,
I love
they're
the
not my
first one.
favorite camera movies, but I love all of them.
Yeah.
Like, I'll take Avatar 1 and 2 over anything DC's done since The Dark Knight.
Okay,
Like,
yeah, hands down, yes.
and any of the Star Wars movies since, I mean, other than Rogue One, like they're actual cinematic journeys, and I don't know, guys. Like I don't know what you want in life, but they go, but Rob, I don't like the 3. Well, then I don't know, man. I watched in 3D, so I can't. To me, they go, well, without the 3D, I'm like, yeah, that's like saying Wizard of Oz without the color wouldn't be a great movie. Yeah, because it was intended to be in color. Like, I don't know what to say about that. That's like when people look at. I've had some people gave me reviews were like, if this wasn't colored, it would be unreadable. I'm like, no shit, it's gonna be colored. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't draw my comic to be black and white. I drew it for color, guys. Like, all right. I mean, we could play this game too. Hey, if that Word document wasn't in letters and was in numbers, I wouldn't be able to read it. I don't know. Like so weird. I think some folks, I love Mignola, but like I think sometimes people see Mignola like everything should be easily read from a shadow, and I'm like, look, I love the dude, but he's been drawing the same drawing for 20 years. Like, I'm just gonna be honest with you. Like, I love. You want to see the first few volumes of Hellboy is great, but at some point he's just the same rock with some skulls and a couple heads and a fish and a skeleton and another fucking fish and then some black clouds. He's been doing the same, and you all been buying it. And, and I'm jealous of that career for certain.
It's
like,
funny because it's true.
The last time I saw him do something totally different was that Spawn cover he did for issue 100.
And it had skulls.
It had a crypt for certain. Memory serves. And it had Spawn, which he's never done before. I thought it was an excellent Spawn.
That would be a good crossover, Spawn Hellboy.
Yeah, well, if he drew it like that, then now if he draws, it just would be a bunch of weird outlines.
That's so weird that hasn't happened in the last, 30 years?
He's too busy making shitty Hellboy sequels.
Damn.
You're getting another one in September.
I don't like the makeup. The story is starting to intrigue me because I like more of that horror feel.
Why can't they be animated? His whole look of Hellboy is based on that art. Why do we keep getting live action Hellboys? I want an animated Hellboy that looks like Mignola's art. Right? Or even, God help us, I would love a stop motion Hellboy like Coraline or Pinocchio,
Yeah.
That would be my dream, but they don't get along, so that's not happening. So B says he saw the poster for the new Hellboy movie. Look at track. It has a leprechaun on it. I mean, that's great. The new Hellboy poster, it lets you know it's the 4th installment in a series or a franchise or something. I don't know. Look, let's be honest. Most movie posters suck, so I can't fault them too much for that one. Most marketing departments suck ass now. So what are you gonna do there? But sure, it's not Drew Struzan, but they haven't had a Drew Struzan Hellboy poster since 2000. 4 or right or 8, 7, somewhere around there. When did Hellboy 2 come out? 7 or 8, right? Or was it 9? I can't remember.
The first one came out in 2004, I believe. 2006.
Yeah, but 2 came out in
2006?
7 or 8?
No, 2006.
Oh, 2006? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, the first one came out in 2004, and then 2 years later, the other one dropped.
Okay.
I mean, I can IMDb it for you if you need it, sir.
I don't really care.
Then we're on the same page yet again, guys. Yeah. 9 likes? Is that it, guys? Come on. It's only 12:33 in the morning over here in Florida.
We get 9 likes. We got to do the new show, the 9 like show.
That's a cat theme show.
9 likes. At the 9th like, Sanchez starts to draw his comic book.
Yeah, I take off my shirt.
And underneath it's another shirt. You're like, you bastard. You promised.
With Rob's comic on the cover, on the front.
Right. Yeah. You got one of the shirts from Comic-Con, right?
It says buy more books. You know what movie I saw the other day? No Retreat, No Surrender. Best movie.
Oh yeah. When Bruce Lee's daughter went on a rampage about Quentin Tarantino and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Ah, dude,
I'm like
that movie, it irks me.
Where it's not a real world. It's not a real world, buddy. All right. I mean, this is a world where they stop what's her face from being killed. But all right, it's not a real world.
I got it, but still.
Where was she and her family when No Retreat, No Surrender happened? Where the ghost of Bruce Lee comes back to help a white kid win a Taekwondo tournament. No, I'm just curious. It's literally Bruce Lee. Where, like, it's not a guy like Bruce Lee. He didn't come back to see his kids and hang out with his daughter, his son, right? He came back to help a white kid win a Taekwondo tournament against Jean-Claude Van Damme.
For anybody who hasn't seen it, that movie is so campy, it's good. It's just that good. And seeing it again, because I used to see it a lot as a kid, I was like, God. So if I go to the cemetery and I pray to anybody, they'll just come and help me. That's cool.
Yeah,
that's great.
We can get the ghost of Churchill to help us open up a new Pizza Hut. You know what I mean? Like, anyway, not to solve anything important, right? Like, we can get the ghost of Einstein to help us work out crypto or something. You know?
Church's Pizza.
Hey, you want to get into an Eris concert? Let's conjure up the ghost of Michael Jackson.
Oh my gosh.
You know?
That's how you do it, guys.
That's why I was just saying, like, little consistency here. The Lee family, you know? There have been far more besmirches upon... I mean, that to me is the greatest offense. Even as a kid, I was like, man, look, I'll watch this. This is, you know, it's better than Karate Kid 3. You know? But, you know.
Damn, bro.
It's not a good movie, Karate Kid.
It wasn't. I recently saw it. That's why. I was like, why? This is horrible.
Yeah, I had that chick from the Teen Witch movie in there, not his girlfriend. That was fun. Yeah.
The whole high school running in the beginning, I was like, oh, this is horrific.
Boopy says, I can't even imagine what a modern AAA animated would look like anymore. Do not believe animation sit well. Spider-Verse is a modern AAA animated film. You got 2 of them. If you're talking about Disney, it would look like Princess and the Frog. You know? I think they should be doing films that look more like Lilo and Stitch than Beauty and the Beast. Because Beauty and the Beast and those things were competing for some form of cartoon realism. And I think you're better off with watercolor and stylization. Or like Emperor's New Groove, you know?
No, I love Emperor's.
Right. But the minute you start making a movie like Princess and the Frog, it may as well be stylized 3D. You're gonna get a better look out of it, you know. Which brings me to another thing. They're gonna be doing these remakes. They should just be doing CGI animated style remakes of like Aladdin and Beauty and the Beast, you know.
Yeah.
Same movie, the whole bit, just do it all CGI animation, you know. And I'd be fine with that. It's this realism shit I can't stand, you know.
Yeah.
That's why I would never make a live action Spawn movie.
Coming.
I think it's to be CGI animated. You know?
Hey man, it's in the works.
Yeah, I'd make it look like Capullo and McFarlane's art style meets that Arcane. Did you ever watch Arcane?
I don't know what that is.
It was an animated series on Netflix. Season 2's happening this year. You've never seen this?
What's it about?
It's loosely based off the video game, but not really. But it's about these two sisters in a fantasy world. That
that one.
It's fucking awesome, bro. Like, it's the best looking animation I've seen, maybe ever. Like,
I have to give it another watch. It didn't. I was probably in a different headspace at the time.
Yeah, you should stick with it, even if just for the visuals. Seriously,
yeah, I'll give it a whirl.
It goes play. The story, it gets there. Yeah.
The one that I bailed on was a Vox Machina, I think it was.
Right.
Like, it started decent, and then it just, I just wasn't feeling it.
No, Arcane's on another level, man. I also really like Claus. Did you ever see Claus? Klaus or Claus? It was a Christmas one. 2D
oh,
animated.
The Christmas one. Yeah, that was, oh my God, that thing was beautiful.
Yeah.
The animation was just like spot on.
When Netflix had acquired Bone, I was hoping Studio PDA or SPA, Vloopy will remember, SPA. I think it's Spa Studios, yeah. Their Spanish outfit. I was hoping they were going to do Bone, you know? But it turned out not to be. They haven't done anything since then, man. At least that I know of, you know? Wish they would have made an animated movie of that Ronin. Did you watch any of that Star Wars Vision stuff?
Yeah, the first one.
Did you watch? Dude, check out the second one, man. Dude, it's even better, dude. Like,
I don't have Disney Plus. I got rid of it. We had it for 3 years. And
I'll give it to you. I back up.
No, I'm okay.
You're gonna watch it now. You're watching it. You got no choice.
I kind of forced myself to see Star Wars Visions because there were only like 2 of them that I dug. Everything else was just garbage for me.
But to me, that's how you do a pilot. You let people get, dude. The second season, it's totally different animations, but there's like everyone has 2 or 3 of these that would make great one-offs or series or animated flick. The Ronin being one of them. There's a really great one with has like a Chinese style, like if they added Chinese style architecture to Star Wars, you know, there's some brilliant stuff in there, man. So quite brilliant. There was some different studios. There's like globally some Spanish studios, some Irish studios that did some shorts on the second season. Somebody says, what do you think about the Lord of the Rings anime? So this Lord of the Rings anime, look, as an anime itself, I think will probably be pretty good. The director of that is the guy who did the 9th Jedi short on Visions. He also did the Blade Runner anime series, which is actually pretty good. So I think he'll execute it well. The problem is, you tell average audiences that you're making an animated Lord of the Rings movie, they're not expecting an anime.
Yeah.
So it's like, I think that alone is going to miss the mark. You know, it's just not going to have... They're going to expect a big budget thing that looks like the Peter Jackson stuff, you know? Like, that's just reality. So
I did get to see the trailer, because I know you asked me last week. And I thought you were messing with me.
Oh, you thought I was...
I thought you were messing. I'm like, an anime? What?
Well, that's legitimately an anime.
Yeah, and then I saw it. I'm like, oh my God, he wasn't. So it goes to show you guys, Rob, don't mess around.
I don't have to. Real life's better than fake life, dude.
You got a YouTube channel.
So I'm a huge anime guy, but guys, this is a Lord of the Rings animated film. It should be at the level of a Disney animated CGI film.
Yeah.
You know? But Lord of the Rings. They could stylize it like, remember how the Warcraft movies used to be stylized? The animated sequences to Warcraft, World of Warcraft and stuff? Like, it needed to look like that.
Yeah.
This is just going to be confused. It could be anything at this point with this, you know? So I don't think it's going to do much at all. And that's a shame. I think a lot of talented people worked on it, but it should have probably have just gone straight to Crunchyroll, this sort of thing, you know?
You love your Crunchyroll.
I do. If I could only keep one streaming service, I'll keep Crunchyroll.
I'll have to subscribe.
You ever seen an anime called Ranking of Kings?
No.
Ranking of Kings is somewhere between Game of Thrones and Ponyo.
Okay, I've seen Ponyo.
Yeah, so it features this little kid who's got like learning disabilities, and he's animated like all the characters are super stylized like Ponyo, but the threat of the kingdom and everything is 100% real, like Game of Thrones. And it has some of the best animated sequence I've ever seen in an anime. Amazing soundtracks, simple story, not too difficult. You know, you could, but it's the perfect blend of fantasy, stylization, and threats, and I think it's very, very good. It looks like a storybook, but it's also incredibly violent and dark. Yeah.
What's it called again?
Ranking of Kings.
Ranking of Kings. And that's not anywhere else?
I don't know. I know it's on Crunchyroll.
Okay, it's on Crunchyroll.
There was this anime that Netflix put out a couple years ago called The Great Pretender. Like the Queen song. As a matter of fact, they even got the Queen song for the end credits, which is really awesome. But it's a heist anime.
Okay. Right?
And they set the first episode in LA, and it's funny watching the Japanese interpret America. And they did this really, like, there's an in and out with a line down the street, and I'm like, yeah, that's LA. Like, nailed it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fun one. It gets a little off the heist thing halfway through, and then it gets back on it. Yeah, The Great Pretender. Richest looking anime he's ever said his eye. Yeah, no anime looks like The Great Pretender. It has its own unique look. It's very good. And they all go through different kinds of heists, like heat style heist, art, like gallery style heists, you know. They go through the whole gamut of stuff. I think they only did like 2 seasons. I like drawings, Steven. I like it when they draw and people act and their stories. You know, they need to be paid more.
Okay.
You know, that's all. They just need to be paid more. Did you ever watch the Cyber 6 cartoon?
Cyber 6.
Cyber 6.
Yeah, I have
one that...
Yeah, Meglia. I have it on YouTube. I have it in my playlist, and every time I try to watch it, I only get to like episode 6 or 7, and then something happens that I just don't have time to watch. I'm dying to finish the series.
You got ADHD? You got ADHD?
Who, me?
Yeah.
To an extent.
I think you do. I think you got a little bit of that. I'm not making fun of you. I mean, like my wife, you know.
No,
like,
make fun of me.
Yeah. I'll make fun of you for different reasons. Okay. You know. Like,
Deal.
Yeah. Fair enough. But yeah, I love tuning everything out and focusing. You know.
Mm.
That's why I really love watching my 3D movies in VR, because then I get to be in my own world. No one else is there, right? Right? It's just me. It's me in the Matrix. In my 3D movie.
I can just imagine you. I just want the world away from me.
Yes.
Me and my 3D. It's like the kid with his toy. It's like, I just want to be with my toy. Leave me alone. Yeah. I got you. I get it.
Yeah. When I'm drawing, that's why I love drawing things more like action figures. I feel like I'm playing with toys. I don't feel like I'm drawing.
And that's exactly the thing that I preach. It's you're playing with your toys. That's why you're drawing.
Right.
You know, nobody can tell you what you can and cannot do with them.
Well, some snooty reviewer on fucking iratestupidcomics.com can, you know.
I mean,
not that I have any experience.
You
with
only give them power if you listen to them. That's how that works.
My favorite is when those guys give their opinion, and then you see in their bio, it's during the day I play video games and run a D&D campaign. I'm like, do you write? Do you do anything other than that? Like,
they're not creative. Yeah.
You just have fucking opinion. I'm not saying you have to be a creator to create. That's not it at all. Pauline Kael was one of the greatest movie reviewers of all time. But she wrote books too. You know what I mean? Like, I'm assuming if you write reviews for a living, you should probably also be writing some kind of historical or some kind of fiction, something other than, you know what I mean? You should be writing. If your whole thing is, I write reviews and then everything else I do has nothing to do with that, doesn't do anything to do with writing, I just can't take you seriously.
Yeah.
You know? I'm like, shit, I could play video games all day and have an opinion, you know? Matter of fact, that's my plan if my hand ever goes out. But like...
Jeez.
What? Have a backup plan.
I'm just going to be a writer.
That's what I started out as, honestly. You know? I couldn't, but before I could ever draw, all I did was write. You know? I got boxes of handwritten scripts down there on yellow legal pad. They don't even make them anymore. The good spiral bound ones.
Yeah.
That really made me. Those are my favorite things to write. Those executive pads.
Yep.
You know, that's how you know I'm not lying. Like they just had a perfect.
Myself. That's why.
Yeah, and you can't get them no more. You can only get the shitty Office Depot flat ones.
Mm-hmm.
And just why? They took that away from us.
I like writing. Was it longhand?
Yeah. Mario says, "What if I like smashing my toys into the ground until they shatter? How would that relate to art?" Oh. You never know with Mario, man. He might be serious. Well, you shoot it at high frame rate and you get yourself some great slow motion video to put on YouTube. And you just call it Toy Smash. And that's just slow motion. That'll probably do really well on TikTok. So yeah, it just gave you a way to make money.
Mm-hmm.
It would make even more if you spend money on hot toys and smash those in high frame rate. Like remember when they used to
Hot
smash
Toys,
video game
okay.
machines?
Yeah, yeah, I remember that one. I used to watch Will It Blend?
Yeah, yeah. There's some YouTube channel I had for a while, or I think it was YouTube. I gotta look for it. It was they did car crashes using toy cars, and they shot them in high frame rate. You know, got the camera low, like little tiny cameras, and would recreate like car crashes using toys, and just do the flip and the dirt going all over. Yeah,
That's dope.
yeah.
There's somewhat of a small fetish myself watching that high speed camera, and that I watched some science guy on YouTube, and he has like a super high speed camera, right? And they're always like shooting bullets at stuff. So just seeing this stuff go in this super slow mo for some odd reason is just a fascination.
Hmm. Mugamar says, "Oh, I just recalled a bunch of people smashing their old Xboxes on YouTube." Yeah, after they were in. I've told you all my Red Ring story with Microsoft. Them's was the days. Somebody says, "No Home Depot notepads equals the West has fallen." These weren't Home Depot notepads. These were executive. They were like a certain brand. The paper was just so smooth. I wrote everything on those. Until I could afford a computer, and then I started... No, then I would transfer... See, what I liked about writing them on the legal pad first...
Pads is like, you out.
No. I still did it, but I didn't have to do my rewrites on the pads. What I found was something... Tarantino, like, a few years said this, and I'm like, I knew it. Because I came to the same thing. And he would say, and this is true, write your first draft down on paper, because, you know, poetry isn't written in a computer. You want to write it on paper. Like, there's some, you know, art there to that. But when you're transcribing it, your editing phase is in the transcribing. You just delete what's not worth typing.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's what I used to do. I'd write a ton of stuff, and then when I went in there, I would just, that's not what I don't want it, you know? And I don't really think I need this, you know? And the editing comes in that first transcription. But I hate writing on shitty, cheap, floppy paper. I think, like, maybe if I had a better budget for supplies, I would probably write everything on Moleskine notebooks or something, you know?
Damn, boy.
But they're 30, right? They're $30, $40 a pop, right? You got to be Tarantino to be doing that. Yeah. But that's what I would do.
On top of that, you're like, I write with the finest pens too, and I won't screw up not once on my Moleskine.
No, I wrote everything with Uniball.
I stand corrected.
Yeah. Take that one back.
I will. Delete.
Uniballs glide, my friend. They glide.
So what kind of writer are you? Are you the I need to outline, or are you the straight ahead?
I have an idea what I want to do. I can see it in my head. Here's the characters, and I get to know the characters really well, and then I let them start doing it, and they will take you where you need to go. If you try to bullet point everything out, you're going to create something where the story's telling the characters what to do, and not the characters doing what they would do. And to me, that's where characters lose credibility. You don't want to see the hand of the writer in terms of moving characters from here to there. The voice, fine, because I prefer writer's voice to come out. But I prefer your characters to be so well they will go and do things you don't expect. Right. And that's what keeps it spontaneous.
You got it. There it is.
But if you start to just bullet point, and there's I got this, and you're going to end up with Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2, Fantastic Beasts, these Star Wars movies. You're going to end up with something that is very generic. Because all I need for a story is characters to make meaningful choices and suffer meaningful consequences. Which means they have to be choices they would make, not I would make, because I want them to do something.
Mm.
Somebody says, have you seen those vids of people putting items on that shredder? You mean one of those, like, machine mulcher things? I can't watch that, man. I'm afraid my hand will go on machines. Like, you know what that means? Like, that's those like machines that grind stuff down.
You talking like paper shredders?
No, like there's these metal things, like they'll chew up anything. You put a computer in it.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
like
yeah,
this-
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
afraid of
creepy.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm always afraid I'm gonna have a nightmare and I'll see, seen too many mob movies.
Yeah. The escalator. I saw the one with the escalator and the shoes. I'm like, whoa, that's freaky.
Right.
And that's an escalator.
Yeah, I don't like escalators. I take the stairs.
So Rub has phobias.
Yeah. I take the stairs. You get a better workout too.
Yeah, you don't know me.
You go, but Rob, not every elderly person can then take the elevator.
Oh dear God, you're not that old.
Huh? They always come up with something though. You know what I'm talking about. They always got some fucking answer.
I know what I'm talking. What do you mean? I know what?
What?
Because
You've encouraged. No, you've been online. You know these wise asses. They always got some fucking thing that they think you didn't think of. No, man. No. I'm like, no. No. I'll tell you what I am looking forward to is Grand Theft Auto 6.
You got time for video games?
If you were willing to beat a video game over a year and a half, yes.
Damn, I envy you.
Yeah. Yeah, you can play one video game for a year and a half, an hour or so, every few days. You're good to go. You got to finish what you start.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. You know what? I'm going to use that on my wife. Yeah, you got to finish what you start. Sorry.
Gotta finish what you start.
I'll leave the room.
Yeah. I like games that make me laugh, and I can do heists. And Grand Theft Auto is the one series that pulls off. But I don't play the online shit, just the main. You know? So I beat Grand Theft Auto 5, I think, twice.
Yeah. Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, man, that was my other dream. Heist guy. You know?
Is that what you wanted to be?
Yeah, that or a pro wrestler. But I can't commit crimes or wrestle. So art it is.
You're great. You chose the hardest one out of all of them.
Least physically painful though, and
That's
you don't know very smaller risk of going to jail, which I would not do well in. Imagine. I'd have to make friends with the KKK. That's how I get. I just, I don't.
So,
do well.
for anybody who doesn't know, when you're an illustrator, you tend to envision things when you hear certain things. So, yeah, my mind went there.
American history sketchcraft.
Oh, I saw parts of that movie.
Yeah, and Florida's going to be in the next Grand Theft. You get to play Florida, man. Did you ever want to go there?
I am there.
But don't you ever want to commit crimes in Florida?
I'm all right.
Huh?
I'm too lazy to even sleep.
Like during the Ferguson shit, dude. Actually, during the 2020 election, I was so disillusioned with law enforcement and shit. I was playing Need for Speed Heat and just driving the cops into the bay in Florida. Like you could just, if you drive right, you can just pull Blues Brothers and just constantly drive them into the ocean. This was so much fun, just on a loop for hours. Like
Wow.
Yeah, that's how I burnt off steam. What's up, Asian Timothy? Mega Mario says, can't wait for the Florida Man GTA 6 videos. Yeah, that's coming. That's coming. You probably don't like Florida Man jokes, all right?
I've heard a few.
Hey, man, as I say I'm in Idaho, the first thing you go, oh, the potatoes. You're like, yeah, it's the
Yeah, we get it.
We get the potatoes. Yeah. Yes. Honestly, I've never even seen a wild Boise potato or Idaho potato. I have seen onions just roll into the street. Like if you go out to like where the wine land is, there's all these farms. There's onion farms, and there's onions just blow in the breeze, so you can get free onions wherever you go.
I've never heard that in my life.
Yeah.
Holy crap! Free onions.
Yeah. Just gotta drive like 6 miles out in the middle of nowhere, but there'll be onions.
Well, we know where your grocery shopping at.
Yeah.
6 miles for onions.
Hey, they're a savory or sweet dish depending on how you cook them.
It's so weird. It's such a random conversation. I've never heard that in my entire life. Hey,
welcome to Sketchcraft.
Yeah. Hey, Sanchez, you know where you can get free onions?
What? I do. You got to pay for the wine, but the onion's free.
Yes, that I do. I actually do. Oh my gosh.
I keep an active tabs on who has fruit trees in my neighborhood and which trees fall over public land, right? And then at night on my walk, I walk by and have a free peach or a free apple. You know,
this guy has his notebooks.
I keep
write that on his legal pad.
Look, I grew up doing security. I keep track of everything.
Oh,
you know, I know when people turn their lights off. I know who comes home at midnight in this neighborhood. You know, I should run the HOA.
Okay, yes, exactly. You sound like that guy.
Yeah, I should. You be lucky I don't run the HOA, but
so
I lose my hand. I'm definitely running the HOA. You know.
There it is. You heard it here first. He's going full HOA.
Yeah, you'll see. I'll run now. They'll be like, this mother. Yes, I'm that guy.
You'll see one day. HOA.
Just keep track. Mario says, just keep track of the fruit trees because I don't want to pay for apples or lemons. Fair enough. Aristotle says, loving the sketch. Yeah, dude. And oh yeah, dude, you're doing some pretty dope stylized heads.
What are you talking about?
You just making up the faces tonight, or are you doing like from reference?
What reference?
Yeah, you just drawing heads.
Bro,
you should be, when you're learning heads, you should be pulling out. I go to Photo Stock and just pull up people. You know?
Why?
Because this way you can learn. You learn from life, man, and then you put it back into your cartoons when you have to make stuff up.
What? Yes. No. At times I'll do reference. I just love cartooning more.
Yeah, you cartoon the heads.
Yeah. I just want. No. I'll do caricatures. So yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. No.
They've been
And if
through
you're really smart, you do them all of celebrities, so they repost them on their channels, and you get yourself some free advertising. Even sketches, they love
with
their
time
egos.
you get to know that. I was like, oh, Sanchez really doesn't give a shit.
Huh?
That's just who I am.
I'll tag you for it. I'll say you did
Oh,
that. Right? I'm gonna be like Sanchez did that.
I was such an introvert. I didn't come out of the room till like what, 21, 22. My family hated me.
You just stayed in your room throughout childhood?
I stayed in my room. I didn't start talking until I was like, I want to say 14, 15 years old.
To be fair, no one really has anything worth saying before that anyway, right?
I mean, but I grew up Puerto Rican, so a lot of people talk very loudly around me.
Yeah, they say stuff, but do they have anything worth hearing is what I'm trying to say. You know, like maybe most people should shut up till they're about legal driving age, you know?
That's true.
Somebody says that's pretty creepy. You store photos of, yeah, stock photography, nitwit. You know, yes, stock photography. Always draw from stock photography. Let me tell you why. When you post the photo, no one can say you stole from their photo. It's a stock photo. Nitwit. I'm just talking.
Straight up
Somebody says,
nitwit.
yeah, he's just starting shit.
I haven't heard that in such a long time. Oh, nitwit.
Fungu. You know.
Fungal.
Yeah, my uncle used to call me Fongaloose. I don't even know what that means. I don't know where he came up with it.
So I used to not get my butt kicked back in the was it the 8th grade. I moved into an area where it was a little bit on the Caucasian side, and there were only 2 Hispanics there, and one dude for some odd reason had it in for me. Like, I don't know what I did to you. I'm just breathing air. You know what I'm saying?
That's the problem. You're breathing.
Yeah, and that's
He wants to stop that.
So when people started, so when people found out that I was illustrating, that drew a crowd, right?
Right.
And then one day, I drew a piece, and apparently, I guess he wanted to kick my ass in the bus for some odd reason. I'm like, I just want to sit and go home and watch He-Man. Thank you.
Right.
And no, he wasn't having it. So I was drawing a piece one day, and I said, "You want the piece?" Because he liked it. I was like, "All right, great. We have common ground. I don't get my ass kicked, and you enjoy the artwork." So,
right. You're paying for protection.
Exactly. So I gave it to him, and ever since then, he was always cool with me. I was like, "There it is." You know, it's got to be a mom or dad issue. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I just learned to
Run.
What I learned, Steven, was they eventually have to sit inside a chair in the classroom.
Yeah.
And those chairs, if you push them over, trap people. So all you got to do is right after lunch, walk over, push the chair over, and you start wailing on their fucking head until someone peels you off and you go to SAC for 3 weeks and they never bother you again. Because I'm going to get them in class. And I'm going to have a whole crowd. We're not doing this after school. We're doing this in class. Like that's how I learned that stopped everything. You know?
That is an interesting approach.
Yeah, this is before we had police in our school, so you could do that. You know.
Okay.
And you go, why do you do it? You know, I don't even go because he beat up on me. I'm like, because he's weak, and I'm not. I'm gonna do it again. You know. Keep talking. You got to go to some class. I'll be there. I'll be there to take advantage. You know, nothing the sock and nickels can't handle.
Nickels.
Yeah. I can't win fair. I'll lose. I don't have the strength. Gotta fight asymmetrically.
Yeah, but they heal and then they come after you.
I don't care. They're gonna come after me anyway. Like, and now they're gonna come after me, and they're gonna be traumatized. You know, and I'm gonna do it.
Thanks for the first half of that great idea.
Yeah. No, they're coming after you anyway. Like,
Yeah, but now they want to really destroy you.
Oh, I'm ready for that too. There came a point where I was just tired of it, you know, like just tired of it. Well,
So you were that one kid. You were the kid wearing the cape.
Oh no!
I'm tired of it. I'm gonna wear a cape.
No, that's the special needs kid. No. I just realized I was 6 feet tall and they weren't. You know?
Is that how tall you are?
I was 6 feet in the 6th grade. I'm 6'2" now.
Oh my gosh, dude, you're a giant.
Yeah, so I was able. Once I realized how big I actually was, like, you know what? No. You know, but this whole meet me somewhere, we're gonna punch it. No, we're not doing any of that. I'll lose every time. They'll bring friends. There'll be some little trick, or they'll actually know how to fight. And I don't know how to fight, but I know that if someone's knocked over and you just wail on their head enough, they start crying. It's happened every time. Like, they don't expect it. Like if you get them in their sleep, you know. This is what my dad. I love my dad, but he was a slightly abusive guy, and he loved to have me water the lawn at night, right? Because he was like, we live in a desert, and if you water the lawn in the day, it's going to evaporate. I'm like, all water eventually evaporates, Dad, but yeah, whatever. So he was like, you got to water at night to soak the lawn properly. I'm like, okay. So I'd do that. He'd get up to go to work, and before he'd leave, he'd take the mag light out and do a search on the lawn. And if I missed a spot in the dark, this is not a well-lit area, you know? Mm-hmm. He'd just wake me up out of my bed, sadly, by pulling me right out by the head, you know? Like, so that's, I know. I dealt with this with him. We dealt with it. But you know, people don't expect to be woken up out of their sleep. I mean, like, you go, how do you get into a guy's room? Well, you know, eventually they're going to be lying down somewhere. Even at school. Sometimes you're watching a movie, they put their head down, you get them during a movie. Can't do it now. Now, you know, you'll go to jail and shit. But in the 80s and 90s, you could do it. That's why my dad eventually just put me in a new school. Got along great with everyone. But once you're in a cyclical cycle of bullies, there's really you bought that guy out with some art. But the guys I was dealing with, they weren't gonna get bought out by art. Like, that's not happening, you know. These people, they made up their decision that I was gonna be a mark. And I let it go on for 3 or 4 years until I decided no more. So, I mean, what I don't get is people bringing. I understand why a kid would bring a gun to school, but I would have never done that. You know, like, that's ridiculous. Yeah. I don't want to kill people. I just want to get them to stop. But that's what that stuff drives people to,
that's
right?
Bazooka.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Dude, man, my dream was to hit him with the water balloon in class. I thought that would have been great. Who expects that?
Wait, you said the water what?
Water balloon, right? Like, get him right in class, you know?
Wow, once again.
They'd be stunned. They'd never expect the water balloon in class.
And I'm not even the bully.
Yeah.
Holy crap, water balloon.
But I could never figure out how to keep the water balloons from exploding in my backpack. You know, I tested this one out. And
yeah. You're on the weekend just trying to make it.
I did montage it. You know, I got my East pack, right? I put the books and all that stuff in there, and the water balloons. You know, how quickly can I do the sink and then get it in and get it back? You know,
it's like, yeah, thin plastic doesn't like edges.
Yeah. Could never get that one to work.
Not gonna work. Wow, that's hilarious. Jesus, bro, that Lobo came out insane.
Oh, the Lobo? Yeah, I made it so his gun has a motorcycle built into it. It's called the Moto gun. So it would actually transform into a...
I don't think I've ever seen you draw.
You saw me drawing the pop, I think, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I'm like, I always see you coloring. Like,
I literally drew on your stream, dude. I was drawing on your stream last Friday. I was drawing the Violator cover.
Okay.
Yeah. That's not true.
You weren't drawing. What?
I physically was drawing the Violator cover on Sketch versus Sketchcraft.
But we weren't seeing it. You're talking about the video?
No, yeah. Bro, if you
I
go
don't
to
remember it. I
Sketch
gotta-
Sanchez on YouTube, there's this channel, right? It's really amazing. This guy Steven
Yeah.
Sanchez,
It's called Sketch
and
Art of Sanchez. Go check it out. And
right, yeah,
let me know.
and there's a sketch versus Sketchcraft episode 1, and
I
you can
don't
see me
remember
physically drawing.
Are you sure you were? I think you were just inking it. By drawing, I
Huh?
mean figuring it out, not like what you're doing there, which is like digital inks or anything like that.
Oh, I see what you mean, like completing the drawing. Yeah, I can do this. I told you there's
Trying to make
very
me go
little
nuts.
difference between what you're seeing here and my digital work. Like I've just figured out how to do all of it one way or the other. You know what I mean?
I know, but I've never seen you like work things out. You know, like I've seen the digital, like the Popeye stuff. That stuff I get, but it's just kind of like when it's ready to go to the next stage.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, no, we can do all that. Sure.
Yeah. I mean, I never asked because I know you're working and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You are working now, right?
I'm working right now. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this spawn cape.
Let me see.
No.
It won't stop, guys. I'm gonna keep asking. I'll get him.
But yeah, no,
Yeah, nice weather over there right now.
yeah, it's cooled down. Except we got really bad fires about 2.5 hours from here. There's a really bad fire out in the rural areas that they're still trying to contain. So this morning the smoke blew this way. So
Oh, I see.
we've been smelling that. You know, I've been trying to keep the dogs out of it. You know, because they're really sensitive to that sort of thing.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
But it's cooled down.
Yeah,
My room still warms up. at
Yeah.
night, but-
Oh,
right. That's the worst when it's nice and cool outside, but your fucking studio's
you're cooking.
super
Yeah,
hot.
I'm there every day.
Well, you have like the humid stuff, right?
Oh man, you got the
Yeah,
heat
that's
and the
the
humid.
Oh, that's the worst. Humid.
Devil's butthole is where we live in. Well, not really. Arizona's the devil's butthole.
Yeah, but your paper gets wet while you're working. It's
But I don't work on paper. I'm a digital boy. Full digital.
It's not true. You do Copic renderings and stuff, dude.
Won't give away my secrets.
You do them on your channel. It's not a big secret. Do you know this channel, the Art of Sanchez Sketch something or other? Like, you know.
Foiled again. Little Skeletor on you. I was like, I'll get you next time.
I like drawing with these Sharpie ultra fine, extra fine, whatever nibs.
Yeah, those are good.
I worried about the permanence of the ink, but I've got drawings I've had 10 years now.
Yeah,
With
I
them.
picked them up when they first dropped.
Yeah.
And that was like 98, 97.
Okay.
And I remember seeing I was at Staples. The guy was like literally loading them up. He's like, "Yeah, we just got these in."
He's Hudson from Aliens. Just got him in, man. Yeah, the pens are in charge now. All right, this is great, man.
so he's like suggesting it to me. I'm like, all right, I guess I'll pick up a pack. It was like $4. I picked it up. I was like, all right, I love these things. And yeah, they do last a very long time. There's no like blowout or anything like that. It doesn't turn brown after like 5 years of being hidden. So yeah,
right, because you see those like Stephen Platt fucking
Exactly.
Moon Knight pages that have all turned orange, you know, or blue, and it just breaks my heart.
Like that's not what you don't want.
Right.
But yeah, Sharpie kicked butt on that one.
Vegas says, to be fair, Steve, the age of the internet makes you forget just how many secrets you've revealed.
We're old. Might as well give it all away.
But yeah, I do mostly like drawing with the Sharpies. The nib just holds up. I can control it. I don't know why, you know.
That's
So
true.
I use the Copic ones, but I use the Sharpies mostly.
Yeah, because in the video you're using the Tombow, right?
Right there, I'm using that stiff nib, the Z-brush.
Yeah.
For the,
Is that the same one I got?
That's that stiffer.
Yeah, Furenosuke or something. Crap
Yeah.
like that. That's the one I have right here.
Yeah.
They're fun brushes. I dig those pens.
Yeah, I can't complete a whole drawing with them, but when I want that thick and thin stuff, it's pretty quick. And I've tried using like the synthetic brush pens, but I can't I can't feel the damn bristles.
I 100% get it. Yeah, man.
How does Scotty do it? I can't feel anything.
I don't know.
It feels like I'm not drawing with anything. I don't understand.
Yeah, it's weird.
He sent me a DM once. He was like, "Man, dude, your color pencils are super awesome."
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I wish I could do that with color pencil. I'm like, I wish I could do anything with ink, man. Like, I don't know how the fuck you do that. Like straight up, like serious, dude. Like,
and for anybody who's never seen, Scotty Young's older stuff, like before he got into cartooning like that, his artwork was really cool.
Yeah, you know what he said? It took too fucking long.
Yeah.
He sees what I'm doing. He's like, I'm glad Rob's doing that. I don't want to be doing it.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I get it, dude. You get a lot more work done when it's all super open and loose, but I just can't do it,
Yeah, man.
I'd rather take forever than not at all.
He posts his videos up on his website.
Yeah.
And those pieces go for like $300-$400, and they snatch them up quick.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, good for you, man.
Oh yeah, he's got it working out, dude.
Yeah.
I'm hoping I'll be able to achieve something similar with the scribbly thing, because I can do that in color with the Poscas and Tulis and stuff,
Yeah.
So if I can sort of achieve a similar effect, then I wouldn't make all my art though. I would just have like a convention style, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But once I go to color, it's great. But I was enjoying inking with like a Sable 7,
Yeah.
But the fucking bristles just die on me after like 3 drawings. I've tried reshaping them with soap and water, and I just can't do it. Like, I don't know what it is.
It works with spit.
I've tried that too, because Kelsey Shannon said that on like one of Richard Friend's streams they were on, He's like, you just right here, you just puts the spit on there. I'm like, I tried that. It just they just I don't know what it is, man.
So weird.
Maybe I just suck. I can't even spit right.
Yeah, it's your spit.
Yeah, it's my spit's no good, dude.
Yeah, your DNA sucks, Rob.
I know. I don't know what it is,
Maybe I just have bad spit.
We just got done watching Schmigadoon. You ever see that?
What's it called again?
Schmigadoon.
Schmigadoon. Never heard of it.
It was a series. They did 2 seasons on Apple Plus,
and
it's like it's this Keegan from Key and Peele.
Yeah,
it's him and this some chick I've never seen before, Cicely. I don't know her name, and but their husband wife their boyfriend girlfriend want to make that thing, but neither one wants. I don't know. It's not working out, so they go on like a hiking trip to rekindle their romance, and they end up getting lost, and they wind up in a town that's a musical. Okay. Like they actually walk on a set, like it's a whole town that's a living musical. And so and they're like normal people, and these are all like Victorian era musical people, like Disney,
yeah.
And surprisingly good, dude. In the second season, the second season they try to go back, and they get lost. They can't find it, and they end up in another town that's Chicago, and it's just like Chicago. It's a cross between the musical Chicago and Godspell and shit,
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, so it's Chicago. I don't like musicals. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's very meta.
Yeah. And the only thing I watch on Apple TV is Fraggle Rock.
That's good. The new one.
Yeah, they have the old old one. Then they did a new version, which was good.
Yeah.
And then for some odd reason it got canceled or the season got halted. And then they tried to reboot, and that reboot sucked ass.
Oh, I didn't see the
and then they went back to the old one and they fixed it all up again. Nice. I was like, I don't know what that reboot was all about. It was so odd.
It's like, I love that Muppet show they did in 2015 that Twitter hated. But it's the best Muppets since the original Muppets, isn't it?
100%. Yeah, it was made for people who grew up with the Muppets. That was the whole point.
Yeah, Fozzie was actually out on the driving on the actual highway, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, who was it? Sweetums.
Sweetums. Yeah. Everyone's always got like eating different foods. Like it was so good, man.
It was great.
Yeah.
But no, people have to complain.
They were like, Kermit's mean. I'm like, Kermit was mean in the original Muppets. Let me go show you. He was even meaner on Sesame Street. He hated everyone on Sesame Street when he was doing the news.
Yeah.
Like, I think people remember the Muppets as being Muppets Take Manhattan and the Muppet Babies. You know? Yeah. They don't really remember the 70s Muppets, you know?
Oh, those were so good.
Yeah, which is the best Muppets. Where it says, this sounds hilarious, like Gulliver's Travels, but each time's way. You know the way that there's this guy, Cinco Paul, is the show creator for Schmigadoon, and he wrote all the songs and stuff, and he was saying his inspiration for the show was he was watching American Werewolf in London.
Yeah.
And he was like, so they're two backpackers, and they end up like stumbling upon a werewolf, right? So he was like, what if two backpackers just stumbled upon a musical? And I'm like, those words have never been uttered on planet Earth until he first said them, right? Like so, they wrote a third season, had everything done, and then Apple TV canceled it for no reason, you know, other than like, well, maybe we wanted more ratings. I'm like, I thought the whole point of streaming shows was to have not worry about ratings, just make quality stuff.
Right.
And then they changed it. No, that's about the viewership. I'm like, then cancel the streaming service because you're never going to have the numbers you can get on cable. Ever. You know? Like, this is ridiculous. What ends up happening on streaming is the things, if you look every year, the things that stream the most is shit people already know about, like Cheers and Friends, you know, or like comfort food, you know? You can't leave it to that. That's ridiculous. You got to have quality programming that you believe in, and then you know what you do, man? You market this shit and you license it to other stations to play, you know?
Yep.
I don't know, man. It's so weird. Yeah, there's only 6 episodes per season. I'll give Schmigadoon credit because 1, songs are hard to do, right?
Yeah.
And they're conjuring up like 25 of them every season, you know? 2, they did all the singing live on set, no ADR.
Wow. That's actually
so
good.
Everything you see is them actually singing right there.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like, that, I mean, that's pretty impressive, you know? Like, I you know. There's one song they did where it's one long take, the whole song. One shot. You know, one continuous take. I was just like, that's pretty impressive. But
that's like what was that? Louis Miranda? What's his name?
Oh, Lin-Manuel, yeah.
That guy, yeah. Because he did the I got to see the full musical. It was like 3 hours long. Holy crap. It was actually pretty good.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
So I was actually shocked. I was like, crap.
Did you ever see the Book of Mormon?
No. I've never seen that one.
If that ever comes to town, go see it.
It's supposed to be funny, right?
It's hilarious.
Yeah.
I saw it with the gayest man ever created. And he knew all the songs, and I was just having the best. If you can go with a really gay friend, you will have a better time. Like, yeah. But it is an amazing. It's really good. It's funny. It's super funny. It's Trey and Matt and Trey, you know, from South Park and shit. Yeah. But yeah, it's super fun. See, folks, and then we color the drawing with the red shade. right? This one's sped up for some reason. Whatever.
And you do it because you just like the color red.
Yeah. And it looks more complete. I don't know how to describe it. When it's all black and white, I can't see it.
Yeah, I got you.
Doesn't feel tangible. I know, it's weird. I don't make a good studio artist in the traditional sense.
Well, yeah, you'd be the guy in the corner.
That's how I was in every art department, the guy in the corner. But you know, I gave them some of their biggest wins consistently. I was an earner. You know?
Yes, you are the creator of Miles Morales. I know that.
No. I was the guy who created the guy before Miles Morales. And I told him, if you be careful, Brian Michael Bendis will take over. And he didn't listen to me. You don't believe me? Go look at the timestamp. Get back to me on that one.
Once again, I stand corrected.
I would not have thought to have made... I mean, making an original character is the better way to go, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, I was just pitching the basic concept. And the concept was basically the same, you know? But whatever. I mean, let's be honest.
Good, though.
I like both those movies, man. Those movies are great. But the first movie's a complete film, so it wins out, you know?
Yeah.
But the second movie, I mean, just the visual style of, like, Spider-Gwens with the pastels and stuff, I've never seen anything like that.
See, but you're a color guy, so that's what drew you into the movie, right?
And shape design and animation. I mean, those movies are... But what I like is each character's reality has a different art style to it.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, come on, a Leonardo da Vinci universe where everyone's drawn like a Leonardo da Vinci vulture sketch. I mean, that's crazy. That to me is making the most use out of technology. You couldn't pull that off in a comic, you know? You need hundreds of people to pull that kind of thing off. I'm in awe of that. Yeah. Mega Mario says he blames Netflix. They sold everyone on the binge model, but then every streaming service releases like 5 or 6 episode series, or people binge it like a day or two. Then they go back to Friends, Office, whatever, so they can sit around and watch 120 episodes for the next 2 weeks, and they wonder why no one's watching Glow or the OA. 100%.
Glow.
When your new season of something costs $100 million and you can only make 6 or 7 episodes of it, they get through it and then they just want to leave something on that there's hundreds of episodes on, you know, that were paid for 30 years ago or 40 years ago with ads.
Yeah.
And syndication deals. They got to go back to the model of taking these things and syndicating them, you know? Like, the streaming model can't work for what they're trying to do. It's, you know, period.
But clearly they know something we don't know because they keep doing it.
Huh?
They know something that we don't know because they keep doing it.
No, they don't. There's just some asshole CEOs on there thinking they can make it work because they think we got CEOs think they're fucking gods, dude.
I know, but they've been doing this for so long already.
And they're all losing money. No, this is the
Exactly.
faith. Did you not watch the Social Network? They're trying to do the move fast and break stuff. It's not working.
Right.
So it's not working. It will collapse in on itself.
Oh, no. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's working. I'm just saying
they don't know any better than us. No, they don't.
Yeah.
Look, we can prove they don't know better than us. I can prove it to you, how they don't know any better than us. Who here thought changing the name from HBO Max to Max was a good idea?
This guy.
See,
hey, Rob.
You're a contrarian. You're a contrarian.
I'm playing devil's advocate here.
Yeah. You didn't actually believe it though.
I hated it to this day. I still hate it.
That's such a dick CEO move. You know,
I'm not calling it Max. I don't give a shit.
Right. And now neither are they. They've learned their lesson.
Yeah.
You know.
Yet that stupid logo looks at me every day.
Yeah. They all want to pretend like there's, you know, some version of Steve Jobs and Tesla. Like they had some genius wisdom, you know, because they get paid a lot of money. And so when people get rewarded with money, their egos get out of hand, you know, which is why if anyone makes over, I don't know. In my opinion, if I had my way, man, anyone that makes over $1 million should be taxed 90%. That's me. I think people have too much fucking money. And I put that money back into social services, art grants, you know, Medicare for all that stuff. I'd reinvest back in the population. That's more important, I think, for society. I mean, even France, the French government, I told you, a lot of French art endeavors come out of public fund trusts, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, like, look how many great animators are on YouTube that should be they could get, imagine they could get a $100,000 grant versus going to Kickstarter and hoping to get something funded, you know?
Yeah.
So there's just a better way to do it. But the minute you start saying, you know, oh, we got to invest in people, they go, that's socialism, you know? And I'm just like, yeah, man, we got fucking fire department socialism. We can do this all day, you know? Difference between socialism and social democracies. Norway's the best. Guess what they do? You know? Guess what they do? Tax the shit out of people. But that's me. I don't get to make the rules, you know? Yeah. God, that's terrible. Max, what? Everyone I know used to say series were great on HBO shows. Right. like even when it was at AMC, everyone said it felt like HBO. HBO was synonymous with cinematic quality. And you're like, no. Tossing it. You know?
it was in the name. It's literally called Home Box Office.
No. You know what the real winner is? You know, we need more house making shows, you know?
Yeah.
How to renovate your fucking, you know, this is ridiculous.
What was the other one? Somebody said, oh, why did they still call it MTV? I'm like, there's literally no music on there. It's like, don't know why. So weird.
Because they didn't want to pay art musicians royalties. And they thought they could get out of it by just making it all unscripted content. You know? And for a while it worked until it didn't. And then now there's nothing. You know?
Yeah.
You know what? I've told people, we've done this all before. Everyone thinks we're in something new. We're not in something new. This is the same shit. We dealt with this 20 years ago. It was called direct to DVD. And remember when Disney put out a bunch of shitty sequels? Direct to DVD? And it's like they made a killing on Return to Jafar and Bambi 2 and all that for a minute, and then it all collapsed in on itself. And people stopped going to see animated films in theaters. They stopped seeing Atlantis and Treasure Planet, you know? And even Lilo and Stitch didn't do as good as it could have done if it weren't for those stupid direct-to-DVD movies.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, Atlantis. Which one was? Atlantis was the last movie I saw in the theater by myself because it was a bunch of kids there, and I was like, God, I'm that weird dude in the theater.
Oh yeah, you got to go to the 10 p.m. showing so you don't look like a perv, you know?
I was like, man, I learned that one the hard way.
Anytime I want to see a movie I know there's going to be a lot of kids at, I go to the latest showing on a Sunday.
Yeah.
You know? Because I don't want, you know, that people think
But I wanted to watch it the first, you know what I'm saying, that first showing at AMC. I was like, I was ready. I was there. I was like, what's going on here? Bunch of housewives with their kids.
If Cinderella was good, they should have released it. They should have given it a theatrical budget. But Disney was like, you can't make sequels to our animated films and put them in theaters. I'm like, that's wrong. If it's good enough, then it should be in theaters, and you should put the money in so it has the animation to back it up.
Yeah.
Direct-to-DVD ruined a lot of problems for folks. It created way more, and it almost lost on Pixar. You know, because of Eisner. And then they were going to make the original Toy Story 2 was direct-to-DVD. You know, but Iger came in and took over. The board voted Eisner out. Iger had a good relationship with Steve Jobs, so he sealed the deal. We're bringing Pixar back to Disney, and they scrapped Toy Story 2 and then did it as a movie within a year or some shit. It's fucking nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's on Pixar. They were like, we can do it. All right, well, I don't know about that. I mean, they did it, but, you know.
Yeah.
But Aladdin 2 should have been a theatrical movie versus a direct-to-DVD thing. They shouldn't have been doing TV shows based on those movies, too. And the Aladdin show and the Hercules show. It's like, no.
Nice series.
Yeah, but it wasn't as good as the animation was nowhere near, the level of the films. Boy, and you got multiple spawns on a page and you got to fit capes. Good luck. Multiple capes for multiple spawns.
No capes.
Yeah, tell that to Todd. No, I didn't draw the capes, Todd, because,
Oh my god, and I'm all and Todd in the same page.
I did put Todd in the comic. I made him a box of pizza like Godfather's pizza. He's Todd Father's pizza.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. It's got his face right on the box everywhere. Cartoony Todd. Someone did fan art of that Todd Father's pizza. I was laughing. Did you know they made a Jaws 5?
No, I did not.
Yeah, I found this video. This guy covered it. Apparently, it was an unsanctioned. It was called Jaws 5: Cruel Jaws, and it was essentially a fan film, but it was an actual movie.
Right.
Made. You're gonna love this. The lead was Hulk Hogan's stunt double, so he looks like Hulk Hogan. Yeah. And they actually used footage from other Jaws movies, and then they use stock photography footage in this thing. It's fucking crazy. Like,
so I never saw the light of day.
It came out. I mean, on video. It's you can watch it on YouTube. Type in "Cruel Jaws." Jaws 5 Cruel Jaws. Yeah, it's ridiculously bad.
Cruel Jaws.
Yeah, they got people like that end up pouring gasoline on themselves and blowing themselves up. Or I mean, it's weird, dude. It's batshit crazy. I had no idea it existed until yesterday.
Surprised people are still watching.
No, they'll hang on, man. They leave it on. If we talk, they will leave it on.
Mm.
The problem is when you're streaming alone, you can't just talk to you by yourself the whole time, right?
Oh my god, I'm just seeing your full page.
Oh, you like that?
God, I did not notice how big that gun was.
Yeah, that's a big gun, my friend.
Holy shnikes.
It's a moto gun.
Damn.
I worked a spawn gauntlet into it too. If you look right in the middle of it, you can see there's a spawn gauntlet. I built into the gun. I know. I did that for fun.
Oh, just for fun. Dude,
it's got grenades and horns and
you gotta freaking
it's got a kickstand built into it. It's got a literal motorcycle and a chain. Yeah, it's a moto gun.
Was this a commission or?
Yeah, I think it was. I went way above,
That's awesome though. Yeah, but
I didn't like Blizzard making me feel like I couldn't draw.
So okay, that was for Blizzard?
No. I was working on Overwatch too.
Oh, okay.
And they were just dicks. And so I was like having like an existential crisis.
Yeah.
And so I was just like, oh, fuck it, I'm doing my own thing for this week. I'm not working on their shit. And I just did this, Then I painted the background red,
That's awesome.
Then you just got to do that every panel.
I don't know, man.
That's why you make the motogun sequence like a good 5 pages.
Yeah. Who was it that did? Was it the Blood Wolf?
Yeah. Blood Wolf. Yeah.
So
I
that one-
remember once saying I would love to draw that, and Pete Woods, the DC artist, goes, "Yeah, your style would fit for that."
I think it would.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Damn.
And the smoke from the cigar flips you off.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, at the very top, there drew a little "fuck you," like the bird. Like at the top, it's yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Sketchcraft. Let me see where I'm at. Did it restart? It restarted. I could put something else on. Let me put. Let's add files. I got a bunch of stuff I haven't run yet. Old sketches and stuff.
Are you actually sketching or just thinking?
Yeah, finishing the drawing. Yeah. Some old commissions. Like I used to do these like prints with sketch. You know, if you buy a print, you got a sketch. You know. And so I'll put some of these up. They're Final Fantasy 7s. Here. Let me move it. The next one. There we go. This is like 2017 because I have a better mechanical pencil now than that one. Moved to the Kuratoga.
No.
Yeah. It's got a stabilizer built at the tip to keep it from snapping, you know?
Yeah, I have one of those that has like a tri thing, like it just clamps on.
Yeah.
And it holds the very last part of it. And I lost my pencil and I can't find it anymore.
It's got to buy another one, man.
It was $5.
Oh.
I can't.
Well, don't worry. Next month you might make $5, like on YouTube.
Oh boy!
If you move your ads too aggressive, you can do it. Don't people love it when they get aggressively hit with ads?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. The fact that that's even an option, I'm like, why would you want to do that? That's insane. Aggressive ads. Like, hey man, I've been getting your ads like every 30 seconds. And your live is 3 hours.
Put on some Xena. I never drew Xena.
Oh yeah.
I tried watching those shows because Gabrielle chick was hot, but I was like, I can't watch this.
You were a Gabby.
Yeah.
Oh, what was the other one you said you liked? Oh yeah, Tracy Gold.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, dude.
Yeah.
You are
Willow from Buffy. Yeah. I got a type.
Oh, jeez.
Mm-hmm.
I'm noticing that.
I also like Drusilla, so I got a type there too. You know.
Who's that?
The vampire, violent.
Oh yeah.
I like them on the extreme, super nice or fucking insane. You know. So, and my wife, it depends. Yeah,
Hey,
it depends.
that's a nice midnight.
She
string
leans
right now.
nice, but you know. If she has to hear me talk about George Miller's Justice League one more time, I'll get the violent version pretty quickly.
So she's not your biggest fan.
She appreciates what I do, but I wouldn't say.
But movie stuff, movie trivia wise.
You know, she hates hearing it, but then when she hangs out with, you know, male develop, she has knowledge of shit they don't even have, so she's able to get wins all the time, you know? And I'm like, yeah, I'm constantly giving you wins here, you know? Like, I get no credit for it.
You give her an atta girl.
Yeah. Like, I made her watch Kurosawa's Stray Dog, and, you know, so she has, like, knowledge of Kurosawa films that extend pre Seven Samurai and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just couldn't get into the vibe of Xena. I could watch Buffy, but Xena and Hercules and all this, I tried, man.
Yeah, man, they were campy, and I knew what they were, so it's just I watched them just for the hell of it when it was like I was getting ready for work or something.
If I'm gonna watch that kind of camp, I just leave on WWF. You know?
Yeah.
You know? Like I was like, yeah. I can...
The CGI was so bad too. I was like,
yeah.
Jesus. Hey guys, we're in the '90s. You know, the CGI should be like Jurassic Park.
Well, not on TV.
I know, but still.
But
it's
Buffy,
that 19-year-old wishful thinking.
Buffy did that snake every season, right? Every year they'd wheel out a new version of the snake. And it looked pretty bad until the 7th season when you're like, okay, it kind of works, you know?
I was trying to watch Buffy. It's just the wife, for some odd reason, she kind of checked out. Because I just want to watch it just to watch it, just because, you know, I hear so much good stuff about it.
You stick with it, you grow with the characters. First season's a little tough for folks.
Yeah,
you know?
that's why she checked out. I was like, I told her, I said, no, they're telling us to stick it out, and she's like,
Yeah, no, really do, because they just didn't have much of a budget on the first season. It's dark and small, but it all clicks by the 2nd season, and the 3rd season, that's the one where I do agree with people. Just canceling something after 1 season's unfair a lot of times, you know.
It is, yeah.
Like if they plan on learning,
footing, you know.
Deep Space Nine was another one that didn't. First season, it's rough, you know.
Oh, I dug Deep Space. That was pretty good.
I did too, but they didn't really find their footing till like the 3rd season.
Yeah, exactly. Ash. The one I saw recently was Ash versus Evil Dead. That is one of my favorites.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Oh god, it was just so crazy funny.
And that was on AMC, right?
Yeah, that morbid humor, it just gets me.
It says it was directed by Sam Raimi, so I'm sure they make Evil Dead Cross. What are you doing? Oh, Xena was directed by Sam Raimi. Yeah. Not every episode, you know, but he was like executive producer and he directs some stuff. You know. I'm not the hugest Raimi fan, you know, so it's like I really hated Drag Me to Hell and Spider-Man 3.
It's the suits.
You know, it's not just the suits, man.
Rob hates the suits.
Yeah, there's a movie where dancing doesn't work, you know.
Hey man, Spider-Man 3 is a classic.
Yeah, and they got together at the end of Spider-Man 2, and in Spider-Man 3 they were already broken up again. I'm like, no, they should be getting married. This is, what are you doing? They're doing that Jewel of the Nile shit, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, man, I'm not. You can't reset every. And then they're acting like Harry didn't really know that he knew Peter was Spider-Man at the end of the second one, and then like at the end they pretend like he doesn't, and then the fucking Butler comes up the last second and tells him, "I saw him kill your father." I'm like, this is the dumbest fucking shit ever, you know? Like Harry should have just gone full Green Goblin and been Hobgoblin or whatever, you know, and like. Yeah, whatever, dude. You know.
All right.
Stupid, disappointing, waste of time.
Gotta talk you off that ledge.
Wait, yeah. Well, I worked on the license. That was the first big movie I ever did T-shirts for. You know. I was so excited, and then you know, like at some point you're like, oh no, this is. You know, you could sort of tell when some assets would come in, and they're like, "This is not Green Goblin. It's Night Surfer." You're like, Night Surfer?
Night Surfer?
That's what they officially called Harry's character. It was called Night Surfer. So I don't think it was ever mentioned in the movie, but that's what they were calling it. Yeah. I was like, why is it? What? Josie says, do you have the ability to sit for hours and watch a series? You watch one episode a day. I don't have the time to watch a whole series, but I could. Yeah. I make enough time to watch about an hour's worth of TV with the wife every day with dinner, you know. She would though. She would prefer we just watch everything in one shot. But I'm like, no, we're stretching this stuff out. And that's just being economical, you know? But some of the stuff I watch, like, I mean, I watch MasterChef Australia, and there's like 50. There used to be 100 episodes a season. Now it's 50 episodes a season. But even then, you know, that's 50 hours of competitive cooking TV. You know?
Yeah.
So eats up time.
It doesn't.
I'm drawing Aerith. My cutesy style. Yeah, this was something I got into a little bit of a row with the guy over. He's a nice dude I follow. He does these indie comics. Can't remember what they're called. You've seen his stuff before. He's been around a while. And his wife or girlfriend, I can't remember. They're probably married right now. Does the art. She has like a high rendered anime style, you know, kind of like Artgerm a little bit, you know, somewhere between that and like Aspen comics kind of style, you know.
Okay.
Anyways, he bought a print with Sketch and he wanted me to draw their characters, which I generally never do original characters, but I knew them and I'm like, oh, I'll do them on my own little cutesy anime way. So I drew them my own way. And then he was like, oh, these are so dope. You know, can we use these styles for a comic? I'm like, no. I didn't just give you a whole look for a comic, you know?
Yeah.
Like, no, I don't. He's like, oh, well, you know, he asked me if I want to do it. I said, no, I'm not. Either, well, can we do it? I'm like, I appreciate you asking. Thank you. But no, I do not want you to do that, you know?
Yeah.
That wasn't the spirit in which he was doing. No, he did, you know, agree. So... you know, I appreciate that, but at the same time, I was like, why are we even having this conversation? You know, Scotty Young designs you know, does a version of your character, and then you make a whole comic out of that design. You think that's kosher?
Yeah, that's true.
So that was the last time I did OCs. I was like, never again. You know. He's a nice dude. Every now and then he posts them, but his fans, they don't like my art. They like his wife's art. I'm like, that comic would have bombed anyway. You know, it's nothing to do with being a good artist. It's just they're already hooked on a certain type of expectation.
Yeah.
And it's like, I would not fit into this. It's kind of like when you're buying Wetworks and then Jason Johnson starts drawing, and I love Jason's stuff, right?
Yeah.
But the fans did not like that. That did not go over well at all. So they eventually hired Pat Lee and did the whole Wills look again, you know?
Pat Lee, man. There was a story where he reached out to me back in the day. So it was 1999, and I had finished my my Koga poster, and I guess no one's ever seen anything like that, right? So I'm just putting it online for the first time, and it's actually turning heads.
Okay. Nice.
So I posted up, and he hit me up. He's like, "Hey, he's like, is this a book you're doing?" I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "When's it coming out?" And all this. So he was hitting me up with questions. I was like,
2025. You told him?
No.
Oh, that wasn't part of the plan.
No, okay. Koga was created in 1999. So, right. So that was like the very first image of all the characters put together and colored up by me, and I had a kind of a Liquid-esque style, right?
Sure.
Liquid-esque.
That was the time.
Yeah. So he hit me up, and then after that, I guess something came up because I think they got the license for something. and so technically I got ghosted. We follow each other on Instagram now. Super cool guy.
Transformers, right? You got the Transformers line.
I think he got the Transformers. Yeah. So I was like, all right, well, never mind.
That's when he was doing like Dark Minds and
Yeah,
Warlands.
he was just
right?
he was just like wrapping up the Dark Mind stuff.
Yeah, they should have kept doing the original shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I love the Transformers, but when they rely on a license, you owe guarantees on that every year, you know?
Yeah,
Eventually it eats itself.
So, so then at the time I was also working for Liefeld. He hit me up about it as well. He said, "What is this? You know, what's it called and all this stuff?" And it was freshly developed. So I'm like, I don't even know what the hell I'm doing with this. It was just a couple of images that I put together. This was my very first colored piece that I did of my own stuff, and I was just like, it was turning heads.
Yeah, you never even drew it as one page.
Exactly.
Right.
So, did up a poster. A buddy of mine's at the time when he was alive. He's like, "Hey, bring the poster to the convention." So we go, and I said, "Fine, I'll do a poster." It was 20 something by 30. It's movie size poster. So I brought it, hung it up, put it up on the stand on an easel, and head turner, right? So the car is just turning heads like crazy. And this is like early 2002.
Yeah, that's when you go to Artist Alley at that time, you were looking to see the new books from individual creators. That was my favorite, you know.
And that was bringing people to the table.
No fan art in that back in the day, right?
No, not so much.
There was like one guy doing fan art, and it was always like semi-porn versions of like Batgirl.
That was so much of it, especially in Florida.
Yeah, but that was it. Yeah.
So a guy comes to my table. I'm just sketching. It was one of those kind of like light days, and I'm just sketching. He comes up, he bum rushes the table like super hard. I'm like, can I help you? He goes, "What is this?" I'm like, it's my book, Koga Warriors, right? So I just give him some generic answer like that, right? And he goes, "Oh, do you have a pamphlet? Do you have any information? Do you have anything on this?" I was like, "No." Weird guy, you know. He's like, that's how I was treating him, like a weird guy.
And that was Jeffrey Katzenberg?
No, close. So my buddy comes, he leaves. He's, "Oh, well, okay, well, thank you very much." And he just leaves. I mean, he's super nice, but he left. My buddy comes by. He goes, he was just coming from the bathroom. He goes, "Do you know who that was?" I'm like, "I have no freaking clue." He goes, "That was Marv Wolfman." I'm like, "I still don't know who the hell you're talking about."
Oh, yeah.
He's the guy who created like the Teen Titans and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool."
Yeah, Werewolf by Night, Wolfman.
That one, yeah. And so he's ruling off the titles. I'm like, okay, well, great. I'm like, what do you want me to do? I don't have a product done. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, your mistake. You showed it too early.
So I'm like, all right, great. Well, it was what it was. But the fact that it was turning heads back in those days, I was like, well, that's a good sign. You know, and that's how I always kept it. So
you just missed the boom though, right? Because everything kind of falls out around 2002, 2004.
Yeah.
You still could have got that done at Image though. I mean, if you had done it all yourself and
man, dude, it was at a time where I didn't know how to tell stories. Drawing for me was still kind of new. You know what I'm saying? I was just starting to get my legs.
Right.
You know, and it was just like mainly more defending myself with learning how to color.
You went right for that Image look. You got to. My whole plan was to go to Oni and do the indie thing first. I could draw a Girl Scouts. I could draw, Clerks.
Yeah.
You know, like I was like, I'll start there. And it sounds weird, black and white from Rob, but yeah, that was,
walk away from Rob.
I know. By the time I had that all set up, all of it was over.
Yep. It was what it was.
But now you got it all done, and it's coming out when?
After I get done with this month, I'll be able to sit down and finally write the stuff out.
You gonna stream live when you're doing the writing?
Yeah, because that's what people want to see. me actually write and type out my dialogue and stuff like that.
If you could play art behind you while you're doing it, no one will know.
Yeah, I'll do exactly what you're doing. Just be off camera and just have typing text behind me.
The Sanchez DA podcast.
Yeah. Yeah, I was always like that. I was like, look, if you can't trust me to not say a thing, I don't want to sign an NDA.
Oh yeah, I'm cool. I like NDAs, dude. Like, I'm actually for, because then I know right where I stand. I want to know right what I can and can't do. It's when I don't really know what I can and can't do. I don't like it. So, like when I was doing the Game Informer cover, they said, "Hey, don't tell anyone you're doing a Game Informer cover."
Right.
I said, "All right," but at the time I was posting everything, so for some reason, man, I thought that just meant don't tell people I was working on a Game Informer cover.
Right.
So I was posting, for like a week, I was posting work in progress shots. I just never told them what it's for. I was like, something's going to happen. It's coming soon. So I was using it as marketing, right?
Gotcha.
And everyone was like, oh my God, what's this cloud? What's this, And no one knew what I was doing, They were just getting excited that something was coming along,
Right.
that was like JRPG related, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't hear anything back. So I don't know. I was like, and so the day they released they announced the cover, I get a text from, he doesn't work there anymore. The company's gone. So it's this text from Andy McNamara, who was the editor. And he goes, "Hey man, what's your problem, dude?" He was real confrontational. I was like, "What he's like, you weren't supposed to show the cover." I'm like, "I thought you said don't tell people that I was doing a Game Informer cover." He's like, "No, you weren't supposed to show anything." I'm like, "All right. Okay, hold on. That's my bad, right? I didn't like fight that. But if it was that important, why didn't you just have me sign an NDA?"
Gotcha.
And he didn't reply. Nothing. Crickets, right? Because that's a good question, right?
Yeah.
So they go and post the cover, and you know what they did?
What?
They didn't give me credit as retribution.
Ah, that's douchey, man.
In the magazine I am, but in the big post, right? You know what I mean? Where everyone goes, "Oh my God." So everyone in the fucking comments on GameInformer.com was like, "Who drew this?" And they wouldn't even reply to it or say it. Yeah.
Oh man. Next to the word, the name is very important to the creators.
Oh, they knew. So that was their retribution. Well, we're not going to give you credit. So fuck you. I'm like, what did I do that was so fucking wrong? It's not like I broke. There was no original game on this cover, bro. You know what I mean? Like, it. All right, man. So that's when I was like, all right, man, dude.
Yeah.
It's always like an asterisk next to a win for me,
There's I imagine you with a little brown book with a bunch of names in there. The people who did me wrong.
No, but
No, but it's something close to it. It's on a receipt.
we can text him right now if you want. I still have his phone number.
Yes, Rob. It'll solve many.
I even in my phone I called him Andy Game Informer because I was like, that way I'll know who that is.
That's classy though. You didn't call him a douche or anything.
I didn't throw anyone under a bus. I didn't even like mention that story till after he had been fired from Game Informer.
Oh, he was.
And
fired.
yeah, he eventually was laid off. He was fired.
Mm.
So they cleaned house one day, and it was like I inadvertently pissed off the editor-in-chief at Udon, dude, Matt Moylan.
Okay.
Yeah, so like we were always friendly on DeviantArt, right?
Uh-huh.
And he did this thing called Lil Formers, on his own. It was like chibi Transformers and shit,
Right.
And we always got along. And he was like, he offered when they did the Mega Man tribute, he was like, "Hey, you want to do a piece? They have to be reviewed, but I'm pretty certain, wink, wink, you'll get in." And I was working for Game Fan at the time. I'm like, I'm already working at a game magazine. I don't have any free time right now. I super appreciate it, but like, I just physically can't do any work right now.
Right.
And no big deal. So long story short, it goes to 2012, and I did that Kickstarter with the Avengers shit that went south. So I wanted to conjure up a new Kickstarter because I was gonna basically just make my living off Kickstarter, right, for a year or two until I figured something else out because I left that t-shirt gig and everything.
Yeah.
And so I thought, what would be fun? I looked at Kickstarter and people had done some Street Fighter prints. They did Sesame X Street Fighter or Versus Street Fighter. There was a few Street Fighter things. I'm like, it'd be cool to do like some Street Fighter tribute pieces based on each game or something,
Yeah.
and like maybe 6 prints or something. And I'll do them all with Copic markers, and then I'll do a version where I color the Copic markers with digital paints too. So there'll be two sets, you know? Maybe the pencils too, right? And so I just called it Street Fighter Junkies or something, right? Or SF Junkies. I didn't use the name, right? But people knew what it was. So I make this announcement, I get all the work done, make the announcement, and then Matt hits me up on Deviant or Twitter, one of the two, I can't remember. And he's like, hey man, you can't do that. That people pay for those licenses. Like we pay for those licenses. You can't do a Kickstarter on this. And I'm like, all right, but you sell Little Formers prints. Do you own the license for Transformers?
Interesting.
And I've been basically shadow banned from Udon ever since. I am.
Burning bridges wherever he goes.
I didn't burn no bridges. He brought the shit up to me.
Hmm.
He could have just said, hey, man, could you find another way? So what I did is I took the Street Fighter Junkies thing down and I made it Fighting Junkies in a video game magazine. You know, I was like, I'll just do a video game magazine and I'll put all my fan art in there because if it's got a review, they can't do shit.
Right.
And that's the truth. That's actually true, folks. But, yeah, he just persona non grata. Never talked to me again, you know. Harsh, but not 100% unreasonable. All he had to do was ask in a nice way, you know? He didn't have to fucking go there. And I was like, all right, whatever. But don't be like, I'm the fucking protector of licensed property. I'm like, well, what about the other motherfuckers on Kickstarter? You know? Oh, I know what it was. I actually drew good art. Those guys weren't drawing good art. So
I see
you see what I'm saying? Like that's the thing, you know? You can do fan art so long as you suck. That's what they basically are saying, you know? The crazy part is they really only hire fan artists. Like, I mean, I don't want to get... Like, every job I've gotten, major gig I've gotten is because of fan art.
Mm-hmm.
They don't look at what you do and go, man, you'd be a great fit for us. You know? They look at fan art you did and go, look, he can do the work. You know? So I don't make up those rules. But, you know, I'll never do fan art Kickstarters ever again. I mean, I learned my lesson, you know.
I got
Guess I'm not.
He hit me up on what was it? I think it was DeviantArt. Oh yeah, that's what it was. DeviantArt. This is back in the day, right when DeviantArt was just start to fizzle out. And this dude shits me up. He goes, hey, you can't be posting up fan art of He-Man. And no, G.I. Joe. It was G.I. Joe, I remember now. He goes, you can't be posting up fan art of G.I. Joe because it's a copyright infringement. And it took me a beat before I wrote back saying, as soon as everybody on DeviantArt and on the internet takes off their fan art,
right,
I'll be on board.
It's not copyright infringement.
Exactly.
It's copyright infringement when you claim ownership.
Exactly.
You know, when you go, I own G.I. Joe and I can make my own G.I. Joe comics and I compete, that's when you've infringed a copyright. Yeah. And I know this, folks, because I've been in t-shirts, I've sat in the rooms and had the lawyers of these companies tell you what they won't say online. Online, they're not saying shit. They'll just scare everyone. Yeah. But I'm going to tell you what they really say. Here's what they say. We own the characters, but you own your art.
Exactly.
That's why they have to pay you.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, they can't just print any of your fucking fan arts and collect the paycheck because they own the characters. It's not how it works. And to me, I was like, that's why AI will eventually fall in on itself, because that's what they're doing. They're stealing people's art.
Yeah.
You know. Sketchcraft is a verified PNG, persona non grata. Yeah. Jonesy says, future artists worries partly due to the fear they may have lose work to AI, and partly for the fear that AI generators may learn to replicate their style. See, here's the thing, though. I will always do something AI won't think of, because I'm constantly doing things no one thinks. I'm me.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't do things the easy way where I just replicate the same thing over and over again. So, you know,
No, he doesn't.
no, that would be the smart move. But
Yeah.
I'm not smart. Kind of stupid.
That AI.
Yeah, you gotta. But if we just keep it stupid, I always tell people we keep it real stupid over here at Sketchcraft. So the way around all their stupid limited learning machines is for yourself to be limited learned.
Limited.
Like,
Nice. That's perfect.
You fight fire with kindling or kindles, you know,
CPU.
whatever. You fight Taco Bell with Dal Taco.
No.
You know. You can get even crappier white people Mexican food, but for cheaper. That's how Del Taco stays in service.
Del Taco.
By the way, if you ever want In-N-Out, but you're not near an In-N-Out or that's too long a line, go to Del Taco. They have a very similar burger. For cheaper. See? Bet you didn't think you were going to learn that. Take that, algorithm. You know?
Yeah, one of those in what is it? I was gonna say Dakota, in Idaho.
Yeah, Dakota. Yeah, in Dakota. The great state of Dakota. But like the song, "Oh, Dakota." Right?
Everybody knows it.
Yeah, everyone knows Dakota. They grew all the Fannings there. And the Johnsons.
Yeah.
You listen to synth music?
I listen to everything.
You know who Max Cruz is?
No.
Yeah, I just discovered Max Cruz. Very good 80s synth music.
Max Cruz.
Yeah. Pretty good. If you like that like 80s synth sound.
You've been to my my channel before, right?
Yeah, but I listen to my music while you're playing yours, and my music's louder than yours, so it drowns out whatever you're playing.
Oh my gosh. I feel insulted.
Huh? It's okay. That's what we do here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, ask Matt Moylan and Andy McNamara.
Like, yeah, everybody does all the don't.
IDW, you know, whatever.
I got you.
I don't think I'm a difficult guy. Like, I'm gonna be honest.
You're not difficult.
You know, man, these guys, like, I think they're used to working with idiots, or not. No, I think they're used to working with how do I say this? How do I say this? That's not the word. When I said idiot, I was thinking of them, not the people that work. They're used to working with people that will put up with anything.
Right.
You know, and it's like you're not that special. I know what a video game magazine is. I've made plenty. You know, published in Barnes and Noble, the whole bit. You know,
Yeah.
gone to E3. I've done all that stuff. So like, I'm not impressed. You know. So just talk to me like a normal human being. Don't treat me like I'm some fan kid, you know, who's going to take your bullshit. Like, because I'm here to like make you money. I'm here to go, I would not pick up a Game Informer, but because Rob did that, I will pick that up. Or because I don't even know Rob, but that looks cool.
Right.
You know. That's how I've always treated it. But you know, you get some folks, man, they're just like, do you know who we are? I'm like, out of business? Give it time. That's where they're all going. And now they're out of business.
Mm-hmm.
Unnecessarily so. Didn't have to be that way. But there's the breaks. That was my dream job, man. Being an artist for a video game magazine.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was my favorite. Because I couldn't afford games, so I would read the magazines as if I'd bought the game. You know.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Damn, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
I would like
for
take
you right now.
the little level layouts and I'd pretend, you know what I mean? And I'd draw them big and
Wow.
yeah, like I'd take Post-its and like draw Marios and like flip,
Just-
you know, I'd
Tape them onto like what do you call it? Toothpicks.
but I had graph paper and stuff, you know, but yeah.
Okay, graph paper.
Yeah.
I give you an idea though. It's like toothpicks, that would have worked great.
Yeah, that would have worked. I didn't think about that one. My dad didn't buy toothpicks. He didn't like, yeah, you know.
Damn it, dude.
Now, my dad took a, he was a good dude, but he took a real, like, I'm not spending money on kids, you know?
Oh, I got you. I've been there.
Yeah. Yeah, you know. He had money. My dad was not a poor person. He wasn't rich, but he was in middle class. He had money. He just was like, you don't need money. You don't need clothes. Just your clothes will fit fine. They don't fit fine, but they, you know, one of those things. He was like, well, I guess
the one I used to get a lot was I would say, but Dad, you have money. And he's like, no, we have money, but not for that.
Right.
And I
right.
was like, oh, come on.
Yeah. It wasn't until a woman punked my dad out he'd do something about it. Like we'd go to there were some friends of the family. They were like when my dad was married to my mom, in the early 80s, they had like we had a normal family life where they had like friends. We'd go to their houses for birthday parties and you know like that stuff, you know.
Yeah.
And there was this chick he really liked. Her name was Luana. She was like an artist, and she had these daughters that I got along with really great. And my dad clearly had a crush on her. I could tell you as a kid, you know.
Yeah.
And so then, you know, after my mom disappears and dumps me off, like she came back because you know her daughters and I got along. You know, and they were like, "What happened to Rob?" And so she saw me like how I lived, and she's like, "You gotta buy him some clothes, man." You know, and that's when my dad's like, I'm getting punked out here. You know,
they're not the female for me.
She had to be a cool mom. Like that's where I'd go to the house and they'd be like wearing like the big 80s hair to go to Motley Crue concerts and shit. Yeah. You know, yeah, they did all that stuff. She'd paint on the walls. It's like, man, you paint on the walls. It's crazy. Yeah, murals and stuff. She could really paint. You know, I never got any art tips or help. You know, they'd see me drawing and be like, "Good for you, bud." You know. But,
good for you, bud.
Yeah. Look at him. Keeps himself busy.
Look at him. Poor little street rat.
Well, not street rat. I wouldn't allow it out of the house. Let's say house rat. Right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, house rats.
Oh, man.
Mega Mario says, whenever someone says they listen to everything, I like to show them music by the legendary Hijokadan. If you listen to that, then I believe I don't. Yeah, I know what you mean. You know, like I don't listen to everything. I don't listen to country music, and I don't listen to reggae and shit. You know, and yodeling. I hate yodeling, and not just Swedish yodeling, but all yodeling.
Damn,
so when I go and see a Ridley Scott movie and some Islamic woman's yodeling, I can't fucking take it, dude.
That's hilarious.
It's yodeling to me. I can't take yodeling.
That's a yodeling.
Yeah, I can't. I don't care if it's a cowboy or a dude in lederhosen. Or a person in the Middle East. It's yodeling. Let's call it what it is.
Ren and Stimpy, when they had the yodeling sections.
I will watch Ren and Stimpy.
Okay.
I'm a hypocrite. That I will watch. Mega Mario says, I think that's what people do nowadays with all these 8-hour video essays on Silent Hill or whatever. Who needs to play games with thorough breakdowns like that? Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about, Mario, but I'll take your word for it. Loopy says, I guess the Yodel kid from Walmart gets no love. No. Or the Yahoo. Remember that one?
Yeah.
The Yahoo? Yeah. I hate yodeling. I had a buddy, Hafiz, from Afghanistan about 20 years back, you know, when I was working at Kinko's. And I'm like, you know it's yodeling. And he's like, why did you tell me that? Now that's all I hear. I'm like, well, because it's yodeling. So we were watching Black Hawk Down, you know, and when it goes to like slow motion and the yodeling kick, or Gladiator, right? When the yodeling kicks in, he's like, all I hear is yodeling now. I was like, yep. Yes, sir. Megawire says you were mentioning how you used to read magazines. Yeah. But what I used to also do was I would redraw all the maps out and then make my own magazines out of them, and you know, so. Out of pay, yeah. I had nothing else to do, man. Like, I wasn't allowed to go to friends' houses, or.
I used to create my own magazines because I couldn't afford buying a magazine.
Same with my dad wouldn't get us new movies until they came on pay-per-view, right? So I would write my own sequels. Like I'd write my Big Trouble in Little China, Ghostbusters thing, you know. I'd write Alien sequels. I'd write sequels to Condor Man. Like not even good movies. Like.
No wonder you want to become a writer.
Huh?
No wonder you.
Well, anyone can. It's easy to write. It's hard to draw.
Oh, so you took the easy way out then.
Yeah, I took the easy way out. All these fucking writers are taking the easy way out too. They send me a script and they're like, "Here's my great battle." No. I'm creating the battle. You wrote the battle. Like you didn't do shit. You know.
I remember because McFarlane once said, "It's like, oh yeah, when you're doing the comic books, all they have to write is that they fight."
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're like out here like making, you know, magic fucking happen, but it could eat up a day or two of my time, that one fucking thing, you know?
Exactly, yeah. It's crazy.
What am I drawing now? Oh, this is my big controller phase. I love drawing giant controllers.
I can see.
Yeah, well, it all comes back to art class. I mentioned this before, but like, I had this art teacher, Ms. Irvin, in high school. She was a good lady, but, you know, I don't like playing by the rules. So we had to draw still lifes, you know, and I'm like, I'm tired of drawing fruits and vases and shit, right? So I'm gonna draw. We can draw anything. She's like, you can draw anything, but it has to be from your house. I'm like, okay. So I brought all my video game shit. You know what I mean?
We're gonna draw magazines.
Nope. Yeah, video game magazines. Nintendo Powers. I'll redraw those all day long. So I brought, and then what I do is I just increase the scale of everything. I would make giant controllers, and you know, and draw the carts and all this stuff. And she was just like, "What are you gonna do with all this?" I'm like, "I don't know." So I put them on Game Informer. I put them in magazine. You know what I mean? Anytime I draw a giant controller, I'm like, I'm making money off it.
Interesting.
Yeah. This is I drawing little chunky, I don't know, thick anime. I don't know what you call it. This was I was tired of drawing like J. Scott Campbell for Zenith for Big Dog Ink and shit. So, you know, I was like, I'm going to draw differently.
So you illustrate, do you just draw straight in?
No, I do a silhouette or something digitally, and then kind of get a rough composition going, you know, and then I'll print it out and just finish it on the paper.
Okay.
Yeah. How I used to do it before a computer was I would just use a photocopier.
Yeah.
You know, and then lightboard.
67%.
Yeah, 67%. Jonesy says an autobiography must be written about Rob's upbringing and childhood, which is later converted into a film adaptation where George Clooney plays Rob as an adult. Who's gonna? No. Colin Farrell would probably have to play me because I want to look good. And then old Rob, you can play me as the Penguin. I'll be a fat old Rob when I'm older. That'd be great. Who plays Rob as a child? Child Rob? Elijah Wood, because I lost a movie role to him once. Yeah. The only movie I ever tried out for was Radio Flyer. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
so let me guess. You were trying to be Cuba Gooding Jr. now?
No, my mom wanted us to be a fucking. I didn't take one acting class in my life, you know. But I
Okay.
got past the initial photography thing where you come back and meet the casting director, you know, and you read a few things
Okay.
against a kid. Never
Mm.
got to meet the director because they said the director was Richard Donner, and I was like Superman,
That's
right? So I just
awesome.
wanted to meet Richard. Never got that far. Yeah. And then at the end of the day, they went with a real kid. You know, they didn't go with the unknown. So.
A real kid, huh?
Yeah, Elijah was really acting. You know.
Was he?
Yeah.
Mm,
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, he was really acting.
I mean, it was back then.
Mario says, I used to like J. Scott Campbell, but with how much Rob's complained about having to mimic his style, I'm sort of having second thought. No, why? Why? He doesn't mimic me. I mean, maybe he mimics Art Adams a little bit, and but no, this is the problem with the Cheesecake indie comic book scene. You're familiar with this, Steven?
What's
Like
that?
Zenoscope and all those,
Yeah.
Yeah, they just basically, just have everyone draw either like J. Scott Campbell or Mike Turner. You pick one.
Yeah, there was a lot of J. Scott. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, it was a lot of Mike Turner and J. Scott.
Yeah. And I played along. You can see the covers. You'll see. But they eventually get to the point where I start adding them the things I like. Like I did this. Like I was supposed to do a series of covers for Big Dog where he wanted to base each one off a holiday.
Mm.
Right. So he wanted like a Cupid. So I drew this like battle armor Cupid chick,
Yeah.
And then I made the face less like J. Scott Campbell, a little bit more like, I don't know. I wouldn't draw that way now, but I don't know how to describe it. But, still kept in the same vein. But then I added in these little cherub cupids around her with like bow and arrows and armor, like samurai armor and shit, And he was like, those aren't in the book. I'm like, but they're on the cover,
Yeah.
And so then he was like, all right, but next time don't do that. I'm like, you got it. So the next time I drew for the Easter cover, I drew a fuzzy bunny monster creature, No cupids. You said no cupid.
One thing you learn about Rob is don't tell him no.
No, tell me no, but you better be very specific about what that no is, Told you I did enjoy law as a kid, Like my mom would leave me at the courthouse, when I was a kid because she worked across the street.
Yeah.
So she'd leave me at the courthouse and I'd like to sit there and watch,
God, your vendettas are weird.
Huh?
Your vendettas are weird.
Vendettas.
Your vendettas. It would have to be a vendetta because it's like, I'll show them, instead of, saying screw off, you're going to try harder.
I want to be known for things I bring to the table. I don't want to be a replaceable tool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so when you're stuck working, if you have to work in a style, that's one thing, but I'm going to bring something to it. J. Scott Campbell when he was doing that Art Adams, everyone was doing Art Adams. That was Image's whole thing.
Yeah.
Right? Everyone was, even Todd has, Rob said it on his podcast, Todd would say, we're going to give it to him every month. So what he brought to it, though, was caricature, the Mad Magazine stuff. And I got the book. I got the 2004 interview book that Graffiti Designs or one of these fucking Comic Craft did. Right. And it's got all of his like high school sketches. Like they're all caricatures, like Mad Magazine, Batman Returns, all the celebrity stuff. He mixed the caricature with the Art Adams thing.
Okay.
And it's like no one told him stop adding that, just do the Art Adams thing. But that's the fucking stupid industry we live in now, Yeah. And so the next time he's like, no more cute creatures at all. I'm like, you got it. So, the next one I did, I gave her really thick legs, like absurdly thick legs. Yeah. And he goes, that's not going to work. My audience is not going to like that. I'm like, your audience don't like thick women? Have you seen your audience? You go. I want to take a poll. Let's go ask them if they like thick girls. I want to see what you say.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so then I just quit. I like a partnership. I don't like being told, be this guy. I'm not putting my career in the hands of anybody, you know?
Mm-hmm.
If my career fails, it's going to be because I failed, not because some guy was like, we wanted this version of you. So call me egotistical, but like I want to see your version of Koga Warriors. I don't want to see you pretending to be Adam Kubert or Jet. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So get to it. I want to see it already. What are you doing? Come on, chop chop.
It got to the point where I had stopped announcing it, and then you always get somebody just bringing it back up,
bring up on a podcast or something.
Yeah. You're like, soon, guys, soon.
Yeah.
You know, something called bills I gotta pay.
No. Yeah, my sketches are like this come out stiff. They come out stiffer.
Oh.
Stiffer. It's because I tend to draw with pens more technically. You know?
And you're adding more pressure to that pencil?
No.
No.
No. If you just go back over it a second time, you know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You normally use HB leads?
Those are Pentel. Pentel, yeah, red Pentel leads. Okay. They make a blue and a red. And it has like a nice magenta, like a pinker red than an orangey red, which I like. I like the orange. The Coley races have like an orangey red. I like the. Yeah, but then you do this and they're like, that's not how she looks in the game. You didn't give her big enough boobs. Her boobs are too small. And then you get both sides. People going, you're not drawing big enough boobs. You're trying to be woke. And then I got the people who are like, you drew her fat. You're trying to make fun of her. You're like, you know.
Yeah, it's a no-win.
I felt it when J. Scott Campbell said, dude, the black cat thing. Remember the black cat challenge?
Yep.
I thought, you know, I'm going to give this a go and I'm going to do something that no one else would do. And I gave her these really thick legs with these little boobs, you know, and I gave her like a Farrah Fawcett anime kind of like hairstyle, you know?
Yeah.
Which I thought, hey, you know what? This will be my own thing. And dude, you know, I got it from everybody. I was so mad I made a video about it.
I kind of enjoy it.
Yeah, now, but I was coming off the fucking Blizzard thing. It was like right after the Lobo, and it was like bad timing. Bad timing to be questioning my reality, you know? Like, they really messed me up. That was yeah. That was not good. But you know, I gave it a go. I was like, fine. The guy who got me in, the art director, was like, you don't seem that excited. I'm like, I just feel like they're going to hate everything I do. Like, I've always felt that way. You know? My art doesn't fit. I've been in Imagine Effects and my art doesn't fit the mold. Like, they put me recently in with the Power Rangers thing, you know? And it's like, this don't look like anything in their magazine. It's just not, you know. I draw weird.
I like it.
No, I appreciate it, but you know.
I appreciate it, but your word means shit to me.
No, but I mean, just you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah, I just said it.
Mm.
I like putting you on the spot. But it's true.
I drew Vincent really thick on this one. I just was like, I'll do proportions no one will do, you know?
Yeah.
Because I'm like, why not? Like, if I did a Final Fantasy VII comic, would I do it like this? No. But I mean, you remember, dude, you used to get pinups in magazines, you know, or comics that were just totally different takes on the character, you know? And I always liked that. Some people, I guess, just hated it. Like when I saw Jason Pearson draw Prophet, that doesn't look anything like Prophet in the comics.
Oh, yeah.
But I was like, man, that's amazing. Like,
have you ever illustrated Chapel?
only did a rough sketch once. Yeah, I got it over. I posted it once, but yeah, I got it over here.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. I mean, it was a really rough pen sketch, but it came through, you know. But I should. I mean, I don't know. Like, first I was like, I didn't finish that Youngblood stuff because that's when I found out Rob didn't own Youngblood anymore.
Uh-huh.
And so I was like, man, I don't want to promote something he don't own because that guy who owns it's, you know. But then after Rob blocked me, I was like, why the fuck do I care? You know what I mean? Like, yeah. He seems to think Youngblood can't exist without him, but what if I made it work? Like, you know, fucking block me. You know, whatever. I defended your fucking ass. Like,
It's like the way to rev you up. Hey, you know how you can piss him off? Draw more stuff.
yeah, I know. I always reward myself with work. It's a bad habit, folks. It's a bad habit.
That's great.
Megarar says, reminds me of when J. Scott Campbell redrew that one MJ cover everyone made fun of. Basically told people, yeah, I know it's a comics. Yeah, the fact that he never... Look, that was 2014 was when Tumblr started that whole nonsense with going after Randy Green's art, you know?
Mm.
So I'm like, I don't like the Comicsgate dudes, but the other side of the art police motherfuckers, you know? How are they any better, dude? How are the art police better? When they're like, you can't draw a woman because you're sexualized. I'm like, get the fuck out of here with that shit. You know what I mean? It's a fucking drawing.
Yeah.
I mean, see, I come from the era of comics when you remember that story in Florida back in the 90s, Boiled Angels? You remember that one?
No, what is it?
There was this guy who had a mail order only 18 and over comic called Boiled Angels, right?
Oh.
Was not very well drawn at all, but had a lot of graphic weird shit in there, right?
Yeah.
And some mom decided to fucking take him to task over it and got him arrested over how and the judge was like, not only can you not do this, you have to show all your drawings to the court. And I'm like, fuck no, I'm not dealing with art police, man. You know? I don't care who you are or what you believe in. You don't tell me how to fucking draw, you know? Or what to draw. I mean, I get if it was like real illegal, fine, but I mean, we can't make Mary Jane look pretty. Like, get out of here. What if, you know? So then I draw with thicker legs, and then the same people are bitching that I didn't draw pretty. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm like, she's pretty. I like women with thick legs. What are you talking about? Like they're not pretty. What are you guys saying? It's so weird, you know? It's so weird. So what it really is, man, is these fanatical people, they think the fake characters are real. Mm-hmm. They think Black Cat's real.
Oh.
They think Peter Parker's real.
Interesting.
And they think Riri Williams is real, you know?
Not Riri.
And like she didn't draw her like a 15-year-old girl. He drew her like a full-grown woman. I'm like, did you not grow up with Punky Brewster? Do you want to see what she looked like at 15?
You really aged yourself on that one.
Well, these kids don't know their history. Don't come at me with history if you don't know some history. All right.
That's that Punky Brewster.
Yes. You know.
Oh man, I saw her new show. It's so bad.
Oh, the new Punky Brewster?
Oh.
It was no good.
But
No
I was
good.
like,
My buddy,
I want to get
my
into
buddy
it.
danced with Cherry once in real life. Like,
Oh, really?
he was at a bougie party. Yeah, he's got wealthy family, and so like he went to this bougie party and was dancing with her once. Yeah, had a crush on her, Cherry, or her friend or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, those 80s remakes, it's like if you're gonna do that, you I think it needs to be self-aware somehow. You know?
Yeah.
Like she, it has to be her as the actress, not the character, you know? Like, did you ever see the show Life's Too Short?
Yes.
Yeah, like that's how you do it. You know, you make him the real actor, and then you just make him a fictional version of that real actor, where he's a dick and he steals all the little people's jobs and shit, and gives them all the shit work. So good, dude.
It's great.
Yeah, that show angered everyone when it came out.
Mm.
Liam Neeson was in there. He's so good. Where he's trying to do comedy.
So it's called Life's Too Short.
Life's Too Short, yeah. Warwick Davis. It's about Warwick Davis playing himself.
Yeah.
And Ricky Gervais is like his agent or some shit, but he has an agency for little people, and he uses it to give himself the best jobs, and he gives everyone else the crap little people jobs. And he's a dick too. Yeah. But he pretends being nice, like the one we know. Like,
of course.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Yeah. I tell you what, man, I really do wish they'd make another Danger Girl video game with his art style sculpted in ZBrush and stuff, you know?
I didn't even know that she had that they made a video game of it until you said it the other day on the podcast.
I got it on my wall. You want it? It's not good. Brilliant artwork.
Yeah.
Horrible technology. It's too ahead of its time, you know?
Well,
it should have...
But no, what happened to it? What was it?
It's like a Tomb Raider clone, but not as good and straightforward, you know?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but it doesn't do, you know, it would need to be 3D sculpted in his art style, you know, these days, or it would need to be hand drawn in his art style, like, and then rigged up, you know?
Yeah. So hang on, it's not even designed by him?
He did designs and stuff. All those model sheets he did were. I mean, he was heavily involved in it, or in that Art of J. Campbell book he put back 20 years ago. Remember the stuff? Yeah, they're all in there. And that's that chick with the giant wrench. She was made for the game.
Oh.
Yeah, because remember the blonde died in 7, right?
Oh, spoiler.
Yeah, spoiler for Dane. So, you know, but the technology just wasn't capable of doing that at the time.
And that's for what? For PS
1.
PS. Really? The first PlayStation?
Yeah, that's what I told you. The technology was not ready, man. So you remember, like, I always tell people, Tomb Raider was not a good game.
Right.
Cool character, and Mike Turner drew the shit out of her in that comic. It was brilliant. Yeah. But the game was horrible. And I could prove it, because in Tomb Raider, when you turn the camera, the world would move.
Yeah.
In Mario moves, right?
Yep.
But in Tomb Raider, the fucking world moves. It just throws me all off and shit. Meg Mario says, it's getting late in here. Off to bed. Night, Rob. Night, Steve. Twitch workers and Facebook. Blah, blah, blah. Bye, Mario.
Good night.
Look at the size of the gun I gave Vincent. Look at that. Huh? How about that? Giant stupid gun. Yeah.
Dude, those bullets are huge.
Yeah, the bullets are huge. Yes. That's what I love about comics. You can just do whatever, you know?
Yeah.
So, and then they go, "You're a madman." I'm like, or you just don't. You don't. What was that? In Inception, where he tells me you got to dream bigger. Gotta dream bigger, son. You know. Yeah. But yeah, no, PS1, man. It was, you know. You can find it on emulation if you wanted to play it. You know.
I'm 48. Those days are done.
Oh, I have a permanent emulation set up on a PC in my game room. So during Christmas, I always take 2 weeks off, and that's when I bust open. What's the latest state of emulation? You know, I update all my emulators, try out PlayStation. My favorite is on the 64 emulation. Has gotten so good I can turn off things I always hated about the 64, like the blurring. The anisotropic filter, and you can turn it off so it looks more like a PlayStation 32-bit game. Games look better without the blurring, trust me. And you can add dual analog controls, you know. Map the C buttons to a separate analog stick.
That's a boy who loves gaming.
Yeah. Even on Crash, like my art directors go, "Man, you're the gamer." I'm like, shouldn't we all be gamers?
Then you got fired.
Oh, we all got fired. No one survived that purge, dude. It wasn't personal. I was one of the last artists there. I mean, me and Nicholas Cole and this other guy, I can't remember his name.
Well, that's the show I was watching on what do you call that? Apple TV, Mystic Quest.
Okay.
About the gamers. I figured you'd probably seen it.
No, I haven't seen it yet.
It's actually pretty decent.
About game devs?
Yeah.
I heard about that, yeah. No, I'll check that out.
It's with the guy from Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
There's an anime about making anime that was really good. What was the name of that? Because he even did a movie that like wrapped it all up. Mm-hmm. And the movie was about this little anime studio, and it gets into like what it's like for an anime studio, you know?
Yeah.
But it's a little over the top, but it's super fun. And so like they adapt a series, and then like from a manga series, you know, and they get the gig, and then they like the director doesn't want to actually do work, and they have to like lock him in a room shit to do work. It's super good. I'm gonna say anime. It has a weird name about making it. And so the movie was about them making an anime film. And so then they show, it's crazy because they actually animate them. They animate them working in Photoshop, but it's not Photoshop.
Okay.
They animated that. And they animate like different artistic takes on different, it's crazy. Like, so you'll see, what's it called? Shirobako.
Shirobako.
Yeah, Shirobako.
And this is played where?
Crunchyroll should be.
Crunchyroll. Okay.
Yeah. Shirobako was awesome. And you see every role from animators that are freelancing out their apartments to producers to the sound people to the voice actors. I mean, it's pretty good, dude.
Yeah.
When last I left off, I drew Gunslinger's hat a certain way. Do I continue to do that? Good question. Or do I just say that was a weird panel?
Is that your question?
Yeah, I don't know. I drew, you guys haven't seen it, but there's, in a later issue, there's a gunslinger, and I drew his hat more in a triangular shape. And I'm like, do I keep that? Or do I just do it? Do I just do it randomly on a page when it looks cool? I love throwing off those consistency hounds, you know?
Yeah.
You didn't stay consistent. It didn't look cool on that angle, so I changed it. Like, did you ever watch the Fatal Fury movie, the anime?
Oh, yes, I own it.
The motion picture? You remember when that sequence when it goes to Terry playing Fatal Fury?
Yeah.
And he gets into a fight, and it's clearly a different animator who didn't give a fuck about the style guy. And it's super good, but it's super simplistic too.
Yeah.
Right? But it's a totally. I'm like, I want all movies, animated movies, just to flip to a different style. You know, like that guy's my hero.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I used to watch that movie religiously.
It's 16:9. I mean, you know,
Mm.
it's pretty big for an anime, OAV anime, let alone, you know.
At the end, I remember that the villain, he goes, "My body trembles before you, Eiji Shinsu."
The Armor of Mars. Yeah.
Like, damn, dude, that is some epic dialogue right there.
Yeah, Fatal Fury the motion picture is why I'm like, I don't want any of this shit in live action.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it was that one and Battle Arena Toshinden. I used to watch those a lot.
There is a game that came and went.
Oh, yeah.
Soul
One of the
Calibur
reasons
knocked
why
that
I
shit
actually...
out.
Yeah, Soul Calibur, too. I remember that one.
Yeah. Well, Tekken 3 knocked it out, and then Soul Calibur killed Tekken.
Yeah.
After by the time Dreamcast came out.
Yeah, I heard you were a Dreamcast fan.
I was there at $99.99, man.
Yeah.
I saw my copy of Next Generation when they announced it in '98.
You see, the way you were with that, I was like that with the Nintendo 64.
That's how I was with the Nintendo 64.
Yeah.
Like I used to no man, my technical, like my love of a system started really with the technical schematic, with the Dream Team announcement of the 64 and SGI and all that shit, you know? Like I bought into all the hype, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I defended it forever until I played Final Fantasy VII. And I was like, Nintendo lied to me. CDs are better. I don't care about the fucking load times.
Yeah.
I want good music, you know?
Yeah.
I don't want games that aren't just arcade level, you know?
I got the birth certificate for the Nintendo 64 from Electronics Boutique.
Did you get yours 2 days early, or did you wait?
No, I got it the day of September something. I forgot the date.
Yeah, it was due on September 29th, but it broke 2 days early on the 27th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit, I got out there. I was like, yo, I'm a teenager with a job. I'm buying my Nintendo 64.
Did you get it with Pilot Wings or just Mario?
Mario. Pilot Wings I could only stand for a bit. It was a good game though.
Oh, I bought both. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Pilot Wings.
I was a Mario guy. I've always been a Mario guy. Hell, I even buy the new Mario toys now. I'm a weirdo.
Yeah, I mean, I'll always buy a Nintendo system day one, you know. So, but I'm critical of Nintendo because they deserve it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want or need AAA realistic gaming on a Nintendo platform, but I do think there's no reason on God's green earth in the year of our Lord 2024 we can't have a Zelda game that's as comparable to Trails of Mana or Genshin Impact.
Yeah.
Why we're looking at video games that look like PS2 games upright, I do not understand.
Exactly. I don't get it. I was like, so many of them are just. I'm like, why are you guys going with this retro look now?
And it's not even as good as PS2 games. I mean, the texture work on Final Fantasy 12 is better than anything on a Switch.
Mm-hmm.
Go look at the Final Fantasy 12 game on the Switch. You know, they can put the work in. They just don't. So, you know, it has to do with memory. Like the Switch was shipped with no memory. It was low for 2017 standards. Really, that hardware was solidified in 2015. So we're dealing with 2015 hardware, you know? And it's like, you know, so by the time it comes out, you know, the Switch 2, that's 10-year-old hardware.
Yeah.
No, but Rob, it came out in 2017. Yeah, but guys, that's not how it works, you know? So we're just stuck. You know, but like I see like the new Trails from the Sky remake trailer. Did you see that?
No, I haven't.
That's going to be on the Switch. So Trails from the Sky was a PC series of JRPGs, 32-bit style, right? Great stories. They did them in classic kind of PS1 32-bit style, you know?
Yeah.
But this is a remake with full 3D models that look as good as the concept, the anime like rendered art. Like they just did really good, like, you know, hand painted textures with cell shade hair and stuff, you know, like it looks amazing. And I'm like, when you like to see a Metroid game or a Zelda or something, I mean, come on, you know, like something like. But the minute I say that, then the Nintendo fans come out and they're like, "You're complaining." I'm like, "You should too."
Your passion for this stuff.
You got to keep the fire in you, buddy.
I'm 48.
I'm 40. I'm turn 46. No, fire. Like Anima, fire, right?
It just gets to a certain time in life where you're like, okay, I think I'm good.
I don't think I'm good.
You're 45, right?
I turned 46 this year. You could, you know.
Okay, you turned 46 this year. All right. Yeah. Well, 2 more years. Let's find out where you're at.
My mom was 11 months pregnant. I'm technically was born this month. Yeah. My birthday's in October, but she was 11 months, so technically I should have been an August baby. What? I heard the story. She'd let me know. 12 months. 12. I'm like, I didn't choose that. Let's not, you know, she... My mom held me accountable for everything, bud. Like, you do not know. Like, in the womb, accountable. You know, like. But yeah, no, I do love the 64. It's just like they should have gone with CDs. I don't, and they should have put a sound chip in the system. There's no sound chip.
Yeah.
You know, so you listen to the quality of sound compared to Super Nintendo, and it's insanely inferior. But there's still some games on there that can't be. I mean, there's never been a better wave racing game than Wave Race. You know what I mean? Like.
Wow, Wave Race. Holy crap.
I play it every year.
You still own any old consoles?
No. I used to give away my console to someone in need. And so when I had this apartment in 2004, I was 2002 to 2004. We had a termite problem one summer.
Okay.
And I was like, there's termites, man. They're coming in. They're in my shower. She's like, I'll send the handyman over. I'm like, all right. Handyman shows over. It's her kid. This like 11-year-old kid, right? Like Danielson. And so I'm like, all right, your kid's the handyman? Like, now I feel like a punk because I can't, the kid's doing it. But I'm like, well, whatever. That's his job. So, hey, man, I got my job. You got your job. And so.
I'll say whatever.
Yeah. And so he comes in and I have my 64 all set up right there with the games and shit,
Yeah.
And he goes, you've got Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine? No, this is 2003 or 4, right? And I'm like, you know what that is? He's like, this is legendary. I've never seen one in the wild. All right. And I'm like, you. So I was like, after talking to the kid, I was like, I just gave him all my Nintendo 64 shit.
Wow.
I was like, so he got it all. Day one console, all the games, everything.
Nice.
So now I just use it. I figured, well, one day when I want to play this stuff again, there'll be emulation, and I'll play it. And that's what happened. They eventually figured out emulation. I'll just play it there. You still have your OG 64?
No, I got rid of everything.
Yeah, you got rid of everything.
Old. I don't need it. No, I just don't have time to play. I got my my Switch, and it haunts me because it's sitting there and it's connected to the to OBS, so I can play it online if I want.
You could do an hour every week,
Yeah, but your ass won't get online. Because yours drifts or something like that.
Yeah, I got drift on mine.
So my pencil's dead.
Oh,
It's over, guys. There it is. That's what I did. I did a nice, crazy looking Hulk.
looks dope.
Get into the details because I'm on that tiny ass screen right there. There it is. Look at those beats.
See, if you're using a Cintiq, your pen never dies.
Yeah, but then I'm tethered to my table.
Well, you're tethered now, right? You're in the same room every time you stream. Like,
No, during the day, I'm in the bedroom.
oh, I thought you were in the same room all the time.
Hell no.
Okay.
Crazy. This room is hot as shit. Like, I do everything possible to stay away from it. That's just like, oh, I gotta stream today.
Somebody wants to know, what Nintendo franchise do you want to see return for Switch 2?
What Nintendo franchise? All the good ones are already out. I mean, you got Metroid, you got Mario.
If they could find a way to make a good new Star Fox game that just does great Star Fox levels, it doesn't need to be some innovative fucking thing.
But haven't they made that game like 50,000 times?
No, they keep remaking the same game 50,000 times.
Oh, really? The same one?
Essentially, it's always Star Fox 64. They just keep remaking it in some other form. If you really look at the game, yeah. So no, they really haven't made a new Star Fox game since 64. Like, honestly, Star Fox Assault kind of, but Namco made it, and it doesn't have the same kind of actiony. I'm telling you, it can be done. Pilot Wings as well. I would like a updated Pilot Wings game, or
Pilot Wings. Holy crap!
Yeah, or Wave Race if you could, but you have to get the play control of the first game down. The one on the GameCube sucked ass. You could play Wave Race by just using the stick and holding the Z with the trigger.
Yeah.
With one hand, and it should be that intuitive. They put every franchise on the Switch. Other than that, I mean, Sight Truck. Did you like a Sight Truck on the Wii?
Excite Truck?
Did you ever play that?
I don't even know.
It was on the Wii.
Is.
Yeah.
The Wii. No, I never had the Wii.
over-the-top monster truck racing game that was kind of fun because it was like graphically it looked like ass, but it was like kind of like a simpler version of MotorStorm on the PS3.
Was it RC Racing for Nintendo?
No, it wasn't RC Racing. It was monster truck.
I was just playing. No. Nothing can be RC Racing for Nintendo.
RC Pro-Am?
Yeah,
Rare made that
one.
game.
Yeah.
It's a Rare game. I think technically Microsoft owns that now.
Hey, I'm testing your skills, bro. Look at that.
Oh, good luck, dude. Good luck testing my skills from 80s to early 2000s video games.
Now, of course, I'm gonna bow down, man. I'm like, Sight Bike. That's all I know.
64 or the original?
Jesus, what's wrong with you?
64 is actually a really underrated game.
The 60. No, I never played the 64 version.
Even had a track editor.
A track editor? Didn't the Nintendo have the track editor?
Yeah, and they made one on the 64 as well. But the racing was more realistic. It wasn't as,
Yeah. But the Mario Kart one is really, really fun.
Yeah, the Excite Bike level on Mario Kart is fucking awesome.
One of my favorites.
Yeah, I wanted more pixel tracks like that,
Yeah.
And not just from like Excite Bike, like how great would it have been to have like a Sonic level pixel, you know what I mean?
Shoot, yeah.
Yeah.
Speed run. All right, Rob, how much more time you got left in you?
It's early, man. I got 2 more.
Yeah, that's right. We're on a 2-hour difference. I keep forgetting that.
I can go for about another 40 minutes if you want. Or you can leave now if you want.
It's 3:14.
Huh?
It's 3:14. I haven't stayed up this late. God, it's been like at least 10 years now.
You said you wanted to go late.
I know. I mean, for me, late is midnight.
You sleep for 12 hours, all right? So you're gonna be up.
No, not for tomorrow. I gotta get up early.
Okay.
Yeah, man. I wish.
Well, you know what? Why don't we just end it here? And we've done a long enough stream, and then I'll just go put on some. Kevin Smith did a Fat Man Beyond tonight. I'll listen to that for another couple hours. What?
They have that. What do you call it? A Beautiful Mind, like the movie.
Didn't he beat his wife in that movie?
All right.
No, he beats his wife in that. Do not equate me to that guy.
And this has been another episode of. All right, guys. For anybody who's still watching or in the replay, it says 5 on my end.
Don't we have a podcast to do today?
Oh shit!
You forgot. Later today at 4. You can't do it today, right? Like,
no, I'm doing it. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'll make the thumbnail and then I'll send you the thumbnail again later. I got to dig up the font because it's in Photoshop. You can't just package fonts from Photoshop,
No, that's fine.
You have to go into the registry and dig all those stupid fonts out. So I'll make the thumbnail and send it over to you.
And we've been at this for 4 hours.
Yeah, but some of us draw for 11 hours a day, right?
Not me.
What? You're never gonna get a comic book done, man. Like, you sure you don't want to just like do like an art book? No
money in art books, guys.
Okay, well, thanks for hanging out, Steven. I really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, man, anytime.
And some B, Mario, all the lurkers, everyone, thanks for hanging out. Do check out Steven's channel. Jonesy says, thanks for the show. Love you. Going into the dentist's office right now. Wish you luck. Jonesy's in the UK, so he's getting dental work. Yeah. Enjoy your dental work. I love my dentist, man. Keep my teeth straight and fixed. So we'll see you all later. Peace, everybody.